My name is Brian. I'm an organizer with the American Union. And today, like I said, we're going to talk about the 101 policies in the Trump-Biden peace plan. This is the American Union's crowdsourced legislative package to end poverty, end mass incarceration, and end the endless wars, and do a few other things as well. So we're going to talk about those. If you're checking out the live stream on YouTube, there's a couple links in the chat where you can find copies of the full legislation, as well as a numbered list of the 101 policies. And we're going to go ahead and get started in just a second. But before we do, we start these meetings off by reciting the preamble of the Constitution to remind ourselves of our duties as Americans. The preamble is the mission statement for the United States. And the framers did a pretty good job of summing up in 53 words what our goals are. So, we the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, to ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Makes up the framework for the Trump-Biden peace plan. The legislative package is broken down into 5 titles, technically 6 titles, but the 5 main titles. Each of them is named after one of those 5 duties in the Constitution. Show here. And let's go ahead and start with the. So, all right, we got the Trump-Biden peace plan. And again, you can find this on our website and AmericanUnion.com, and learn more about how a union of swing voters can collectively bargain to win us all a better social contract, one that gets us back to the Constitution and those duties. Okay. All right. So our first title is to establish justice. And it's pretty clear as a nation that we are failing to establish justice when we have nearly 2 million Americans who wake up behind bars every single day. Our mass incarceration is really sets us apart from the rest of the planet, our system of incarcerating so many people. And so that is one of the 3 planks of the American Union's platform: end poverty, end mass incarceration, and the endless wars. And so first title here, establish justice, breaks out the various sections that will reform our criminal justice system. There's 3 main components: ending prison, or reforming prisons, reforming prosecutions, and reforming the police. And let's go ahead and scroll through here. Today I'm going to focus more on the actual policy and not the findings and purpose, the details so much. But you can maybe just take just a minute to read this. That, America is we're not the most evil country in the world. And so the fact that we've got about 4 or 5% of the population on the planet, and we've got about 20% of the world's prisoners. And so you got to ask yourself, are we the most evil country, or are we doing something wrong? And the answer is we are doing something wrong. So we're going to reform our criminal justice system. In a number of ways, because the costs of mass incarceration, there's a lot of trickle down problems to it. It promotes poverty. And it really tarnishes our reputation on the world stage. And so, as a federal legislative package, there's only so much that we can do to influence the states. Even though the Federal Bureau of Prisons incarcerates more people than any single state, they're only about 15% of the total of incarcerated people in this. Only about 15% of the total incarcerated. Sorry, technical difficulties. So this federal legislative package will, the first section is named after George Floyd, and it reforms our police systems. A lot of the text and the policies from here come from the George Floyd Justice Act that the House has passed a few times, and nothing's happened in the Senate, which again drives home this fundamental problem that we have in the United States, which is Congress is failing to set national policy, and they're just not doing anything. They're not looking out for the American people the way that they should. They've forgotten how to act, and they're more concerned about elections instead of setting policy. So let's see what we got here. If you look at our list of 101 legislative policies here, these do not, they don't, they're not in the exact same order that the legislative package is, but I'm going to go in order of these 101 policies. And so our first one is to train law enforcement on a duty to intervene when they see others using excessive force. And that is section 113. So the Attorney General would establish a training program for law enforcement and make this mandatory for federal law enforcement. And then we're going to make grants to the states contingent on states adopting a similar policy. Establish a public police misconduct registry. This is an incredibly popular policy. It polls at like 84% support. Just want to say, as we go through these, I've been able to find polling numbers on about three, maybe 4 dozen of these policies. Not all of them. Some of them are a little too in the weeds. But I'll try and point out how popular these things are. And I'm going to ask you to think about how popular we could make Congress by creating the moral pressure and the political pressure for them to get this done, to pass the Trump-Biden peace plan before the election, and do all these popular things that people would like to see done. So public police misconduct registry is pretty much what it sounds like. It would be a national searchable database, and this addresses problems, is also one of the things you can do to address problems of police officers who are, fired, otherwise let go in certain jurisdictions, and then move somewhere else and bring their problems to a new police force. So national registry would help address that problem. You know, the officer who shot Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old boy in Ohio a few years ago. He had been let go from another police department not long before, but nobody knew. All right, number 3, we're going to prohibit law enforcement from using deadly force except as a last resort. And let's see what section that is in. All right, so we're going to have a prohibition on, we've got some definitions on these things, but prohibition on deadly use of force unless it's necessary as a last resort to prevent imminent and serious bodily injury or the death of the officer or another person. And the use of the form of deadly force creates no substantial risk of injury to a third person, and reasonable alternatives have been exhausted. So shooting a fleeing suspect in the back is not a justification for using deadly force. Firing into a crowd is not the way to go. We're putting these restrictions and trying to make police officers peace officers again. Sort of one of the themes here. There's also a prohibition on less lethal force, just to make sure that using force against people is necessary and proportional. Requirement to give verbal warning, and then again, recommending incentivizing states to enact these same policies with the carrot of allowing them to continue to receive federal grants for law enforcement. All right, number 4, we're gonna make chokeholds and carotid holds a federal civil rights violation. Cutting off air and blood to a person's head and brain violates their civil rights. Many I can't breathe was a far too common mantra, as too many people lost their lives from being choked to death. And so we're going to make that a civil rights violation. Number 5, remove qualified immunity for civil rights violations by law enforcement officers. Qualified immunity, we're going to talk a little more about the Supreme Court decisions later, but qualified immunity is a doctrine that does not appear in the law. It was invented by the Supreme Court. And it's the doctrine that if a police officer or public servant is violating your civil rights, your constitutional rights, that the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that they should have known better before you could sue them and try and hold them accountable. And so there have been a number of many egregious abuses of qualified immunity around the country. And so the way to fix this at the top is to go ahead and spell out in the law exactly what Congress to use the law to actually spell out national policy. And the policy, take a look here, is in section 114. Just a little more about the legislative package. A lot of times when you look at federal legislation, Congress says something like, in such and such a section, strike this word, replace it with this other word. And it's pretty hard to tell what Congress is doing in many circumstances, because without seeing the whole section, the whole sentence, whatever, it's hard to determine just from reading the text of the bill exactly what the change is in policy. And so in the Trump Biden peace plan, we've gone through and tried to include the whole text of a section that's being amended so that people reading it can, understand exactly what is being changed. So we got two things here. So this is the existing Section 1983 of Title 42. This was the Ku Klux Klan Act passed after Reconstruction to give people a way to give them federal grounds on a federal level for standing to sue people violating their rights, agents of the state that are violating their rights. And there's nothing in here about qualified immunity. However, again, the Supreme Court created this doctrine. And so Section 112 would add new language explaining it's not a defense or immunity. The claim that you didn't know that the defendant could not reasonably have been expected to know whether or not his conduct was lawful. So that's reforming qualified immunity. And then 6 is allow lawsuits against federal agents who violate civil rights. These are what's known as Bivens claims. And essentially, it's very difficult to sue a federal officer because this statute does not, every person who under color of any statute of any state or territory or the District of Columbia. And it doesn't specifically say the United States. So it's sort of exempted federal officers. Then the Supreme Court has held in a few cases, like the Bivens case, that behavior was so egregious that even though Congress hadn't actually given statutory authority to bring a lawsuit, just basic, I want to say decency, was enough to presume that such a right existed, and they allowed Bivens claims to go forward. Anyways, so the way to fix that is to add those 5 words of the United States or into this section. And so that's policy number 6. Number 7, reducing the burden of proof for prosecuting violations from knowing. Right now it's willfully. And let's take a look at the section. And this was a recommendation by the Brennan Center for Justice. And so we got Section 242 of Title 8. Which is the same one that's adding this chokeholds, carotid holds, as something that's as a violation. We're going to change the burden of proof to prosecute from willfully to knowingly or recklessly. Willfully is a high bar that, let's see if I can find that thing here, comes from a Georgia case where the sheriff and his men kind of beat a black man to death, and then afterwards claimed that they didn't mean to. And so the court said, oh, well, if it wasn't willfully, then no problem. Number 8, restrict the use of no-knock warrants and limit forced entry to daytime hours. Again, this was something that got a lot of attention after Breonna Taylor was killed a few years ago when the police burst into her apartment after midnight. And when her boyfriend, not knowing who was breaking down their door, fired a shot to defend their home, police opened fire and killed her, leaving her bleeding to death on the floor as her boyfriend frantically called 911, begging for help from these mysterious people who were shooting, trying to break down their door. No-knock warrants are, in the vast majority of cases, just an invitation for trouble. The idea that, if you're gonna break down someone's door, that they won't react badly. This is how people get hurt, and so this has happened. I lost track of how many police officers have been shot in such raids when through this excessive force of a no-knock warrant. So we're going to de-escalate the situation again, try and bring peace to law enforcement. So no, restrict the use of no-knock warrants, especially on the federal level, and incentivize states to adopt a similar policy to ban no-knock warrants in drug cases on the state level. And then to limit forced entry to daytime hours. Let's take a look here at this. And what section 116 says, besides limiting it to daytime hours. Again, the language here around knock and no-knock warrants can be kind of fuzzy. To bash a door in and then holler police versus hollering police and then bashing a door in doesn't have to be too much of a difference there. The Supreme Court has ruled that, especially in drug cases, that the police can break the door down 15, 20 seconds after announcing themselves, on the theory that evidence could possibly be being destroyed. And so the Fourth Amendment, that's supposed to protect us from unreasonable search and seizures, the Supreme Court, in the interest of furthering the drug war, has said, yeah, that's not unreasonable. So before the police could force entry, they would have to be refused admittance, so that the occupants know that they were there and refuse to open the door. And so if the person doesn't come to the door, how do you know? And you know they're there. How do you know that they're refusing? How do you know that they're aware of your presence? And so it should be a rebuttable presumption that admittance was refused. If the officer repeatedly forcibly knocks on the door between 4 and 6 times, depending on the hour. And so give people time to put on pants, get to the door before you come smashing through. All right. Okay, number 9. Okay, so our next few sections here, 9 through 15, we're going to talk about ending the federal war on drugs. Some of you may have read Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow. And, she concludes at the end of it that if we become serious about ending our system of mass incarceration, we must end the war on drugs. There is no way around it. And so the Trump-Biden peace plan would end the federal war on drugs. And we're going to talk about 7 policies that go into that. The first is that UN treaties, international treaties, sort of bind us to the drug war. That number of countries have gotten together, sometimes in New York City, to agree that yes, we will prohibit drugs in our country. We'll make them criminal, make it a criminal act. And so the United States is really sort of the 800-pound gorilla on the world stage as far as pushing drug prohibition and sometimes influencing, getting into other countries' politics in order to try and advance this war on drugs. Well, the war on drugs has failed, according to an ACLU survey, I believe in 2021 for the 50th anniversary of the Richard Nixon's escalation of the war on drugs. They found that 80% of Americans agree that the war on drugs was a failure, and that 2/3 said it was time to change directions. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to change directions on the war on drugs, end drug prohibition the same way that we ended alcohol prohibition, which is to get rid of the prohibition on the federal level and allow states to set their own policies. So number 9 is requiring the president to give notice that we're opting out of these treaties. Requires giving a year of notice. So by acting by December 31st, 2024, on January 1st, 2026, we can end the federal war on drugs. That means repealing the Controlled Substances Act, and until that time, there would be drugs would be quasi decriminalized on the federal level, where drugs would still be illegal, but there would be an affirmative defense. There we go here. All right, notwithstanding any other provision in law, it is an affirmative defense to any federal drug offense that the drugs were intended for recreational use by a consumer. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed as prohibiting charges for non-drug offenses incidental to drugs in question. So this is sort of the affirmative defense, to sort of make hold harmless on striking it from the books, but by ending enforcement of it. All right, let's see. Okay. So once we've ended the federal war on drugs, we're going to deal with some of the damage. And we're going to start by expunging completed sentence for federal drug charges and reviewing any current ones. So that, as we'll talk about in a minute, we will allow people who are currently incarcerated to seek a sentence review. And with a presumption that if they're there on a drug charge, that their sentence should be, eliminated. But it wouldn't be automatic. It would be, it'd still be a process. And we'll talk about more of that in just a few minutes here. But completed sentences would all be expunged. And then that's policy number 11. Policy number 12 is create a Federal Food and Drug Administration, FDA, framework for recreational drug sales that states can opt into. So again, like alcohol prohibition, states could set their own policy when we end drug prohibition. And different states did different things after alcohol prohibition ended. Kansas stayed dry until World War II. That'll be their choices. And, as we're already seeing some experimentation in the states around, especially around marijuana, you'd see the same thing for other drugs as well. None of this is to say that drug use is harmless. Drug use most definitely causes harm. But the war on drugs has caused far, far more harm to our communities, to families, just in so many ways. So the FDA would put together a framework for labeling, purity, all those kinds of things that states would be able to opt into, so that we would have a national a national framework for recreational sales. Policy 13, lift the restriction on cannabis users using the banking system. Actually, would be on the sales of any recreational drugs, but cannabis users is yet another example of Congress not Congress failing to act. That it is widely recognized that cannabis sales in states where it's legal, those retailers are restricted from using the banking system. And so oftentimes they have to deal in cash, hire armored cars to come and move their cash around for them. And it's just quite silly. And Congress knows this is the problem, and yet they're consciously, willfully refusing to act, in part because it's an election year and mustn't do anything that could be controversial in an election year, which is why the American Union model flips this around and creates that attention where the controversial thing will be for Congress to do nothing at all. The controversial thing will be for Congress to refuse to end poverty, end mass incarceration, and end the endless wars. The other reason that I framed this in the 101 policies list as cannabis retailers is because there's clear polling data on this. 64% support allowing retailers to use the banking system. So anyways, we're going to fix that. All right. Regulation also includes taxation. National 12% retail sales tax on recreational drugs. Again, this is a retail sales tax. So if you're doing home grow and you're giving some away to your friends, whatever, that is not a retail sale. That is not a taxable sale. This is a retail sales tax. And it's only on recreational drugs. Medicinal would be exempt. Using that as using the funds from the sales tax, again, drug use is not harmless. We would use that to address some of the harms that drug use does cause, and address harms that the drug war has caused. And so we would create the Federal Office of Drug War Restorative Justice Office would be established, and they would give out grants to do three things: administer services for individuals most adversely impacted by the war on drugs. So that includes things like job training, reentry services, literacy programs, youth recreation or mentoring programs, and health education programs. Administer substance use treatment services in a consistently effective manner for any individuals who request such services. So if you want treatment, it'll be there. That's the point. But these aren't just these can't be just the line here about consistently effective manner is to emphasize that it has to be an actual treatment that is working, that is producing results, and not just an excuse to try and get some grant money. And then last but not least, administer legal aid for civil and criminal drug offenses, including expungement of drug convictions. So grants to organizations that will help people clear up their records, help them move on with their lives. And while this would be automatic on the federal level, states, of course, can set their own policies, and so they may or may not expunge records. And so here's the opportunity for that behavior to be encouraged. All right. Okay. So that's the policies in how do we end the war on drugs. And next, we're going to move on to more prosecutorial reforms, and that includes striking mandatory minimums from the United States Code. Mandatory minimums have been with us for a long time, but really starting in the 1990s, they were ramped up as part of the war on drugs, and some of them were quite ridiculous, especially the cocaine, crack cocaine disparity, where 5 grams of 5 grams of crack cocaine was punished much more harshly than a similar amount of powdered cocaine. And there were huge racial disparities in the way that these policy choices impacted people. So mandatory minimums, though, are really one of the drivers of mass incarceration. And so 72% of voters support eliminating mandatory minimums and restoring the power of judges to judge. And so that's what policy policy 16 would do. It takes up a pretty good chunk of this the legislative package, because for the most part you try and pull out the whole section and show exactly what language is being changed. And so I want to emphasize that it does not reduce any sentences if the maximum stays the same. It's only the minimum that would be struck. So that'll restore the ability of judges to judge. This section of the Trump-Biden peace plan is called the Weldon-Angelos Justice Act. So it's named for a man named Weldon Angelos, who was charged with selling marijuana in a school zone, and as a result, the judge, as a result of mandatory minimums, the judge had to give him a 55-year mandatory minimum sentence, which the judge knew was absurd, was all out of proportion with anything that the man had done. And he pointed out that he would have been better hijacking a plane and raping a child, and would have gotten a lighter sentence than selling marijuana. And he knew it was unjust, but his hands were tied. And in 2016, it was 55, more than half of the prison population was there under a mandatory minimum provision, with an average sentence length of more than of about 5 years. I say 5 years, 110 months. 110 months. So again, mandatory minimums are a big driver of mass incarceration. So we're gonna strike those from the books, and there are some states that have tried this, and Louisiana, for example, in 2017, they repealed many of its mandatory minimums. And in the first 6 months alone, the state saved $12 million. Their prison population went down, and they were able to reinvest that money into crime reduction and victim support programs. Pennsylvania, for also the Supreme Court, their court struck down their mandatory minimums, and crime rates continue to decline. So we can do this on the federal level, and hopefully more states will follow along. Yeah. All right. After mandatory minimums, okay. Number 17, reforming the Espionage Act of 1917. The Espionage Act has been most frequently used in recent years to go after journalists and whistleblowers, people like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Reality Winner. And that's not espionage. The definition of espionage is pretty clear. Espionage is doing something, and if you're hired to, you're to spy for a foreign country, kind of thing, and that's not what whistleblowers and journalists are doing. And so, this section of the Trump-Biden peace plan would add provisions requiring a showing of intent. Yeah. So, with the purpose of obtaining information with the specific intent that is to be used for the injury of the United States. Again, many of these whistleblowers have done is draw attention to harms that were being done, problems and issues that the American people, information is being withheld from the American people, and is not done with the. So in this case, but with these amendments, for a prosecutor to bring the charge, they would have to expect that they could prove that there was a specific intent to injure the United States or advantage a foreign nation. All right. Policy 18, end the use of cash bail in federal courts and discourage it on the state level. Yes, that is pretty much what it describes. Cash bail is, let's talk for a second about what is bail. Bail, the purpose of bail is to ensure that a person comes back to court. It's not, bail is not punishment. A person, it's because it takes place before a person has been convicted of a crime. And unfortunately, we have literally hundreds of thousands of people in the United States who are locked up right now because they can't pay bail. And this can have serious consequences, cascading consequences. Sandra Bland was pulled over in Texas for allegedly failing to use her turn signal, and they held her on $500 bail, which she didn't have, and she missed starting her new job, and then they found her dead in her jail cell. Cash bail disproportionately impacts people on the lower end of the economic spectrum, and it is used to coerce self-service convictions. Take a plea deal if you want to get out of jail. It's sort of ironic that in a number of cases, right? The idea of bail is that, you know, you're too dangerous to be freed, to not be behind bars. But if you take a plea deal and admit that you're guilty, then we'll let you go, and we'll let you out. So to minimize that coercion, that economic coercion, we're going to scale back cash bail by incentivizing states to meet diminishing targets, and restricting its use on the state level. I'm sorry, ending its use on the state level, and then these targets, and then states challenging them in order to continue to receive their full grants from the Burn Grant Program, reduce their percentage of criminal cases where the payment of money was a condition of pretrial release, down to less than 75% of the time for fiscal year 2027, 50% year after that, 25% after that, and 10% for 2030, fiscal year 2030 and beyond. So that using cash bail is the exception, not the rule. And states that have done this, that have reformed their bail practices, have found there are much better ways to incentivize people to help make sure that they make their court appearances. You know, phone calls, text messages, reminders, things like that. And imprisoning, incarcerating someone simply because they haven't paid they don't have the money to pay bail, is not establishing justice. All right. Numbers 19 and 20. Again, I talked briefly about these self-service convictions, the way that people are persuaded to plead guilty, many times not even knowing what the full ramifications will be. That, you know, perhaps they could be giving up their right to vote, right to own a firearm, the access to rental assistance or food assistance or other programs, things like that, where people who are locked up and willing to cut a deal in order to try and get back to their lives, you know, because an unexpected incarceration can really disrupt people's lives after a day or two, right? You're not able to show up to work after a week or so. Well, who's paying rent on your apartment? You're going to get evicted. This is why people are pressured by circumstances to take a plea deal, even if they didn't do anything wrong, because the harm, the cost to the rest of their lives of trying to fight the system can just be too high. And so to better help people understand what they are now involved in with the criminal justice system, the federal government would start a program of a voucher system for legal services, so that when someone was arrested, they would get a coupon, an account by which to hire a lawyer with immediately. And let's see. And so I'm not going to read through all the findings, but again, lawyers are supposed to be trustees of the judicial system. They're supposed to help us establish justice, and they're not, for the most part. They're profiting for themselves and not benefiting the system as a whole. They're not serving the system as a whole. And so we ask kids to pledge allegiance to the flag and liberty and justice for all, but that's really not what we have. Brian Stevenson, who's the founder of the Equal Justice Initiative in down south. Brian Stevenson is, as you know, famously said that it's better to be rich and guilty than poor and innocent. And so we can address that by making sure that everyone has at least a basic access to legal knowledge. And so we do that with a voucher system. This should have a couple of effects. By giving out these vouchers, we're going to create a new market for legal services. So instead of lawyers, hey, we need a way to make money, let's go out and chase ambulances and see if we can find people to sue. Now there's going to be a supply of dollars from people who have been arrested that are looking to give those dollars to people with legal knowledge. So we're going to create a demand for how do I phrase that? Lawyers who would otherwise like to serve the community as stewards of justice, but are unable to generate sufficient revenue. Going to help them be better lawyers in the sense of establishing justice. These vouchers will not be redeemable for cash, but they will be transferable. So if you get arrested and you don't need all of your voucher, you'll be able to transfer it, give it away to someone else. Otherwise, it would expire after 1 year of inactivity. So you could donate them to causes like that, like Brian Stevens' Equal Justice Initiative. And so how are we paying for these legal voucher systems? Well, that is policy number 20, 12% tax on lawyers. Again, lawyers are very intelligent people, but they wield economic violence in our society. And a certain amount of that is necessary, but it also, there's a lot of collateral damage as well. Think of how many hours of your life has been wasted by lawyers with waivers for you to sign and disclaimers to watch and sit through when you watch a movie, and just all the legal boilerplate that is essentially a tax on our time. So we're gonna tax lawyers as well, and use those funds to better redistribute access to justice. All right, that's the first 20 policies down. It's taken us about 1 hour. I hope I'm going to be able to keep up this pace and get through all 100 policies in hopefully 5 hours. I'll probably take a 5-minute break, another hour or two. All right. Ending civil asset forfeiture. I feel pretty confident I got some polling data on this. Ending civil asset forfeiture. Yeah. Civil asset forfeiture is basically when the government, the police, can take your stuff, and the burden of proof then falls on you to prove that your stuff wasn't guilty, and in order to try and get it back. And this is widely recognized as problematic, but it's also very lucrative. And so in many cases, police departments depend on this source of revenue. So in any case, let's take a look at where's this? Take a look at this language. Civil asset forfeiture. Okay. Ending civil asset forfeiture. All right. So we're gonna make the United States code very clear. No person shall be required under the laws of the United States to forfeit any property, real or personal, pursuant to a civil proceeding. So if you're going to seize somebody's property, you're going to have to convict them of a crime, criminal action, or some other um, um, something specifically, but not no more civil asset forfeiture on the federal level. Now, as a sort of a practical matter, there are limits on what the federal government can restrict the states to do. And so while it's not technically prohibited, Section 133 would restrict it in a way that makes it impractical. So if you're going to do civil asset forfeiture on the state, you would have to first have a criminal conviction, and then second, have a civil proceeding that with the burden of proof on the state. So no more of sort of the property is guilty by default. Again, some of the civil asset forfeiture cases are just absolutely egregious. And, in many cases, these, like so much of the criminal justice system, they're they just can disproportionately impact communities of color. Like there was let's see if we can find it here. Civil asset forfeiture. Yeah. Some other facts about it real quick. According to the Drug Policy Alliance, 80% of the time there are no criminal charges filed. We talked a minute ago about how marijuana dispensaries hire armored cars to move around large amounts of cash for them. And so there was a suit where the police kept pulling over these armored cars and they seized more than $1 million in cash from this company. And even if you are able to get your money back, having a large chunk of your cash suddenly losing access to that can totally disrupt your business. And so yeah, there was a case in about a decade ago. Mandrell Stewart, a 35-year-old black man in Virginia, found he had 17. The police found he had $17,000 in cash, and he explained he was trying to go use the money to buy supplies for a restaurant, for his restaurant. But they arrested him. Didn't actually charge him with anything, let him go, but they kept the $17,000. It took him 14 months in a lawsuit to get his money back, but he lost his restaurant in the meantime. Yeah. So, again, this is a policy that's, maybe colorblind on its face, but disproportionately impacts community of color. It was a 2015 study of the ACLU in Pennsylvania, and they found that 63% of the cash forfeitures were taken from black residents, who only made up 43% of the city's population. In South Carolina, is even worse. They found that black men, who make up 13% of the population of South Carolina, represented 65% of all citizens targeted for civil forfeitures, and that white people were twice as likely to get their money back. So, all right. That is policy. What was that? Policy 21. All right. 22, prohibit judges' use of acquitted conduct to enhance sentences. So this is the thing where somebody can be acquitted of certain charges, a jury can find them not guilty, and the judge can still use the accusation to increase their sentence, to give them a harsher sentence. Yeah. And so what this section would do is restrict a court of the United States shall not consider, except for purposes of mitigating a sentence, acquitted conduct. So if you're going to penalize somebody for their behavior, there's got to be a conviction first. Yeah, I don't have specific examples of this right off the top of my head, but they are most definitely out there. There is, I believe, that language came from bipartisan legislation in the Senate. That once again is just sitting there. Congress hasn't tried to actually pass it, but we're going to help Congress. We're going to help Congress do some awesome things by working together. All right, 23, allow federal prisoners to request a sentence review after serving 10 years. We have, yes. So again, mass incarceration. One of the drivers is long prison sentences. And so we're abolishing mandatory minimums and giving people a chance to have their sentence reviewed after a decade. People change. People are not I'm not the same person I was 10 years ago. You probably aren't either. And the same is, it's just as true for incarcerated people. Again, our long prison sentences may really make us an outlier in the community of industrialized nations. And again, like to quote Brian Stevenson again, he says, each of us is more than the worst thing that we've ever done. And so to judge someone by what might have been the worst thing they've ever done for decades and decades is not a productive use is not in the best interest of society. So it would be a request for a hearing. The incarcerated person would have counsel. Both sides can submit evidence. In order to modify a prison sentence, the judge would have to make a positive finding that the defendant is not a danger to the safety of any person or community. The person has demonstrated a readiness for reentry, and that it is in the interest of justice to modify the sentence. They'd also have to consider factors about the defendant's age. Again, most crime is people commit less crimes as they get older. That is just how the statistical evidence works out. And so somebody who has done something perhaps very extreme, very violent as a teenager or a young man in their 20s, that misbehavior is far less likely as they age. And so to continue to divert societal resources into incarcerating them is wasteful, both on society's end and in the loss of human potential from keeping that person behind bars. So, yeah. So this anyone who was sentenced in the federal prison, again, that's most of Most federal prisoners are there on a mandatory minimum charge. Once the mandatory minimum was struck from the United States Code, it would give them the opportunity to request a sentence review, give judges the opportunity to judge and evaluate them. But in general, it would apply to people who have been serving, who after they'd served 10 plus years. Okay. All right. That about does it for the Weldon Angelos Justice Act. Now we're getting into the prison reform section. This is the Matthew Charles Prison Reform Act. And so some of these demands come from the 2018 prison strike that incarcerated people in, I want to say 16 states participated in, trying to draw attention to the injustices that they were experiencing. And one of them is a thing called the Prison Litigation Reform Act that creates a two-tiered system of judicial access and says that incarcerated people only get access at a lower tier as compared to the rest of us. And so there's additional hoops and things to jump through before a judge will even listen to their reports. And so the 24th policy here would repeal that Prison Litigation Reform Act. Section number 25 would repeal restrictions on Pell grants for incarcerated Americans. Congress did in fact roll these back. It used to be a blanket prohibition on incarcerated people getting access to Pell grants, even though we know that education is a proven way to reduce recidivism. But Congress, in its 1990s get tough on everything wisdom, blocked incarcerated people. Anyways, that got rolled back a little bit a few years ago. There's still some additional hoops and barriers and things. Our 25th policy here would just flat out repeal the restrictions. Yeah. 26, another demand from the 2018 prison strike is repealing incarceration incentive grants to states, where we used to offer them extra money to build more prisons and things like that. And we would strike those from the books as well. Policy 27, ensure people leaving federal prison have identification documents. This is, look, after being released, trying to get back up to speed, not having ID is an unnecessary speed bump. It just makes things unnecessarily difficult as somebody's trying to get reacclimated to life. And so this would require the Bureau of Prisons to help prisoners obtain ID documents prior to their release. For U.S. citizens, the Bureau of Prisons would be make sure someone has a Social Security card, a proof of citizenship document like a birth certificate, a photo ID card, and we're going to talk about unconditional basic income and the American Union Jobs Program here in Title IV. Make sure that they have a debit card for their Treasury account to draw their UBI on. So, and then for non-citizens, the Bureau of Prisons would still have to help people obtain whatever basic documents that proof of lawful status, hopefully an employment authorization document. All right. 28, phase out the use of for-profit prisons by the federal government. Joe Biden is doing this pretty much, but the issue with doing things by executive order is that the next administration can come along and turn it around, as we'll talk about with landmines here in a little bit. And so we're going to go ahead and codify this good policy and phase out the use of for-profit prisons by the federal government. And I guess it's worth mentioning that private prisons are a very small portion of the prison ecosystem. I believe they're about 7%. 93% are owned by the government. But as we're looking to end mass incarceration, this is the low hanging fruit for a couple of reasons. And one of them is that there is an inherent conflict between a private for-profit business and the incentive that they have to maximize their revenue and profit versus our constitutional duty to establish justice, to vigorously pursue it. And so to address that conflict, we abolish for-profit prisons by the federal government. All right. Section 29 or policy 29, address the Shinn v. Ramirez. All right. This was a Supreme Court case a couple years ago, and it was actually a couple of defendants. They sort of merged them into one case. And so one of these out in Arizona, this is a guy named Barry Jones, and he'd been sentenced to death in 1995. So there was a little 4-year-old girl that had been in his care, and she died. And so they convicted him of murder and sentenced him to death. But having a public defender, the defender didn't look at the evidence that the internal injuries hadn't occurred while the little girl was in his care. And so without that being brought up, that's how he got convicted and sentenced to death. And then he got a chance to get an appeal. And once again, he had ineffective counsel. So, the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, is the one that, the police say you have a right to an attorney. This is what they're talking about. But if the attorney is incompetent and isn't representing you properly, then then what good is that right? So anyways, so when a conviction review group looked at his case and found this evidence that his previous 2 attorneys had missed, they tried to bring this forward, and the Supreme Court ultimately said, too bad, so sad, because Congress passed the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. And that section of law gives limited reasons for bringing forward evidence which would exonerate. And ineffective counsel is not one of those reasons. So sorry. Well, we can fix that. So this would and so here's that section of law. So that claim relies on I'm going to add a finding of ineffective counsel as a justification for bringing forward new evidence that would exonerate someone. In Barry Jones's case, eventually they offered him a plea deal after the evidence was, they agreed to look over his case, and they offered him a plea deal and say, well, plead guilty and we'll let you, we'll agree to time served. So 25, however many years decades he'd spent in prison. So he took the deal. He agreed to plead guilty, even though he didn't matter whether he was innocent or not. The deal was plead guilty and we'll let you out. So in June of 2023, he got out on time served and is again a free man. All right. Policy number 30 is another Supreme Court decision, Jones v. Hendricks. And this is also as a result of the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. And so the court interpreted this to mean, well, let me try this one more time. So this Jones v. Hendricks. This is Marcus Jones was a federal prisoner who was convicted in the year 2000 of possessing a firearm after he'd been convicted of a felony. And now in 2019, the Supreme Court said that this had to be done knowingly. You couldn't convict someone of this unless it was done knowingly. So Jones tried to challenge his conviction, and the court said, you're not allowed to bring this up. You've already used your chance under this section of law, the 2255H. You already used up your chance. So it doesn't matter if you shouldn't have been convicted. We're not going to let you make that point. So, so we're adding a new section, new sentence here. Nothing in subsection can be construed to limit habeas remedies available prior to the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act. All right, let's see where we're at on our. Um, 31, restrict solitary confinement to no more than 15 consecutive days or 30 out of 50. Well, solitary confinement has solitary confinement. Actually, I'm just gonna see if we can take a look at the findings here for. All right, findings and purpose here. United Nations Office has issued the Nelson Mandela rules, and they say that any form of solitary confinement for more than 15 days is defined as a form of torture. In the summer of 2019, the most recent data we have available, the U.S. had more than 55,000 incarcerated people who had been in solitary for 15 days or longer, including thousands who'd been there longer for 3 years. And in 2014, a study published in the American Journal of Public Health found that, quote, self-harm is strongly linked to being in solitary confinement. Inmates punished by solitary confinement were approximately 6.9 times as likely to commit acts of self-harm. And the Department of Justice reviewed this practice and emphasized, as a matter of policy, we believe strongly this practice should be used rarely, applied fairly, and subjected to reasonable constraints. And so that's what section 172 does here. This is, and again, we talked about some of the Supreme Court decisions. The Supreme Court found all the way back in 1890, they recognized the harm that this caused to people's mental health. Their decision in Re Medley, quote, some prisoners, quote, became violently insane. Others still committed suicide, while those who stood the ordeal better were not generally reformed, and in most cases did not recover sufficient mental activity to be of any subsequent service to the community. So, prolonged solitary confinement is inflicting unnecessary suffering on people. And so we're going to restrict that. And the first of the ways is to meet the Mandela rules. Restrict solitary confinement to no more than 15 consecutive days, period. Second, policy 32 is to require due process before an incarcerated person could be sentenced to solitary confinement. Due process before you can send someone to the prison within the prison. You got to show the evidence and prove that they've done something that would justify that. And so there are, let's see if I can find the reasons for disciplinary use. Solitary should be restricted to the following offenses: causing or attempting to cause serious physical injury or death to another person, compelling or attempting to compel by threat or force person to engage in a sexual act, or leading, disturbing, inciting a riot or other serious disturbance, or D, escaping, attempting to escape, or facilitating escape. So essentially, solitary is for the serious crimes. Solitary confinement, too, I just want to say, is defined as involuntary isolation. So this doesn't necessarily prohibit a person from voluntarily requesting isolation, which sometimes happens. People seek safety to remove themselves from the general population, and that wouldn't be prohibited. Yeah. So there's also some restrictions on vulnerable people. Any incarcerated person who's under 21 years of age. You may have heard of Caleb Browder. Caleb Browder was a teenager who was accused of stealing a backpack, and so he was put on Rikers Island in New York, and his family couldn't afford his $3,000 bail, and so he sat there waiting for trial for about 3 years, 2 of which he spent in solitary confinement. And eventually the city dropped the charges and let him out, but the mental harm that they had inflicted on him with those years of solitary confinement took such a toll that he ended his own life a few years later. So incarcerated people under the age of 21, someone with a serious mental illness or developmental disability, dementia, traumatic brain injury, people whose mental state. So we got people whose mental state is fragile or damaged or still forming. So those ones there. Someone with a serious medical condition that couldn't be effectively treated in solitary, or pregnant. Someone who's been pregnant or is pregnant or has been pregnant in the last 45 days would be restricted from being sentenced to solitary confinement. And just a couple of policy points on this one. 71% support. 71% support, capping the length of solitary confinement at 51 days. And thought I had polling on blocking pregnant women, but I don't see it now. So, all right. Well, those are policies 31, 32, 33. Remove a prison's immunity from lawsuits if they violate the new rules. Under under the Civil Rights of Institutionalized Persons Act of 1990, this was back before Clinton was elected, and the two parties really started competing to see who could be tougher on crime. So basically, this department looks out for civil rights violations in state and local institutions, but it also limits individual causes of actions to for mental injuries, to physical assaults and sexual assaults. Um, Solitary confinement, as we've talked about, can definitely inflict mental injury. Um, and so the rules set out in this section 172 is a safe harbor. It says, look, if you follow these rules, then your prison's immune from lawsuits. But if you're not following these rules, then it opens them up to a federal civil action for placing someone in solitary in violation of these rules. All right, policy number 34, prohibit prison gerrymandering after the 2030 census. Prison gerrymandering is so all right, so every 10 years the US takes a census to apportion congressional districts, and prisons are frequently built in low population dense areas, and the question is really, where do you count those people, right? And this is sort of the same question of college students, right? When somebody's away at college, where do you count them, as where they're physically living, or where they're attending college from? And in 1950, the census began counting students at their colleges. It said, all right, this is where you're a resident for representation purposes. The obvious difference between prisons and college, though, is that college is voluntary and prisons not so much. Prisoners have very little say in where they end up. And so, as we consider these questions, the census asked the public to weigh in before the last census and on this question. And so they got 887 comments, 77887 comments. And all but 24 of them supported counting incarcerated people at their former address. And so that's what this section, what section is this? I think prison gerrymandering. That's what ending prison gerrymandering would do, is require that a person be counted for representation purposes at the place they were before they were incarcerated. Because this is sort of the again, so population density, concentrated poverty, all these things, right? I'm going to say a disproportionate percentage of incarcerated people come from cities. And so when you take them out of the cities and then give them representation in, prisons are again built in low density area. So if you give that representation to a lower denser area, then that's gerrymandering, sort of the classical definition. And it also has sort of the political aspect, which is cities tend to be more democratic, and rural areas tend to be more Republican. And so you've got a shifting of a partisan influence. Again, not by prisoners don't have any say of where they're going to be housed. So anyways, so that section of the bill would, what section it is? Section 159 would address prison gerrymandering. All right. That does it for Title I for established justice. Title II is ensure domestic tranquility. It's our second duty under the Constitution. And so the way that the Trump-Biden peace plan does that is with a 10-year truce on guns and abortion. These are two of the wedge issues that political parties use to keep Americans divided, keep us separated, keep us from working together. When in fact, there's broad consensus about what's what sort of policies the American people support, and so what we've got in Title II is a compromise, is a truce, because what both sides, people who want gun control and people who want to restrict access to abortion, there's really sort of a common motivating factor, and that is reducing the number of needless deaths. And so we're going to go ahead and reduce needless deaths through this legislative package, primarily by abolishing poverty, because poverty drives so much of this. According to one survey, found that 2/3 of women seeking an abortion said they couldn't afford the baby. Okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to address that. All right, so we got 7 policies here. 38 and 41 are pretty much identical, but we have these policies. And the Supreme Court, as you know, in the Dobbs decision 2 years ago, they overturned Roe v. Wade and shifted this conversation around abortion. And I want to say it was Congress. Congress, once again, is the problem. Congress is the one who put the Supreme Court in that decision, because for 50 years, Congress let the Supreme Court set abortion policy through the Roe versus Wade decision. They dropped the ball. They failed to set policy, and so let the Supreme Court do it, and then the Supreme Court changed the policy. But if Congress had just passed a national abortion policy to begin with, then none of this would have happened. So we're going to put the responsibility back where it belongs, on Congress, and we're going to restore Roe versus Wade and restrict pre-viability prohibitions on abortion. So states can set their own policies afterwards, but before that, before a baby's viable, that would be where that goes. And 56% of registered voters want to see Roe restored. A higher number, if I got it here, I'll say 62 or 62%, also support establishing a national right to an abortion, to access to abortion. But again, so majority of Americans support this as a reasonable policy. So this whole Title II, again, is intended as a truce where both sides, pro-life and pro-choice, and gun rights and gun control people, everybody gets something and everybody gives something up. So nobody likes everything, but by staking out this middle ground, we can all come out ahead by working together instead of fighting. So that policy 35 is to restore Roe versus Wade. 36, though, is to codify the Hyde Amendment and prohibit federal funds for elective abortions. This is controversial in the pro-choice community. President Biden campaigned on repealing the Hyde Amendment, the thing that each year Congress uses to restrict any federal funds for elective abortions. Congress put it back in, but Biden tried to introduce a budget that did not have it. But again, Comstock Act, not Comstock Act, the Hyde Amendment is also popular. 58% of it's got 58% support for not spending federal dollars on elective abortions. There's an exemption, of course, to the life of the mother, and or if the baby has a lethal fetal abnormality. Then the prohibition of federal funds wouldn't be there. Policy 37 is repealing the Comstock Act. The Comstock Act is actually a national abortion policy that Congress did pass in 1873. So 150, more than 150 years ago. And they prohibited the interstate transport of, quote, any drug, medicine, article, or thing designed, adapted, or intended for producing abortion. And so a strict reading of this would prohibit not just pharmaceuticals for abortion, which, by the way, most abortions are, but it would also restrict the shipping of any equipment or anything else that would be used to facilitate abortion with a strict reading. So we would section 37. Let's see what section this is. Section 203 would amend the Comstock Act. So every obscene, lewd, lascivious, indecent, filthy, or vile article, matter, thing, device, or substance, that would stay. But all the things, the thing which is advertised or described in a manner for producing abortion, those things would all be struck. And once again, Americans support this. Majority of Americans support this provision. I think it's around 67% of respondents said they supported amending the Comstock Act to exclude abortion. 66% supported that. So, all right. And then, let's talk real quick. Let's go back to policy 35 again in the Roe v. Wade. Here's the thing. State cannot prohibit individual from obtaining or using contraceptive care. No undue burden to terminate a pregnancy before fetal viability, and that's around 23 weeks. They can regulate it after fetal viability, except in cases where it's to protect the health or life of the pregnant woman, where there's a lethal fetal abnormality, which makes it improbable that the infant would survive until their first birthday. There's as states have started to heavily restrict abortion. There was the doctors in Louisiana, they refused to abort a fetus who was missing the top of its skull that would not survive, and they said, well, sorry, we're not willing to give you an abortion. And the woman described as, I'd have to carry my baby to bury my baby, and she had to go to New York to get the health care she needed. So lethal fetal abnormality is you can't restrict the termination of a pregnancy for that. And then C is the rape incest pregnancy that's a result of a non-consensual criminal act. You got to make sure that the pregnant woman has had a reasonable window of opportunity to make an informed decision about the continuation of the pregnancy. The theory here, being that it's basic fairness, right? That suggests a woman should have the opportunity to give or refuse consent to carrying a child. And so if they didn't have that opportunity, to ensure that they have a window to do so. A reasonable window of opportunity is defined as at least no less than 7 days, with the assumption that a choice to terminate a pregnancy should then be exercised within 3 business days. So the rape exemption isn't a blank check, but it's still the opportunity to guarantee the woman the opportunity to give or withhold consent on keeping the pregnancy. All right. So, okay. So these 3 policies, restore Roe v. Wade, codify the Hyde Amendment, and amend the Comstock Act and ensure male access to pharmaceutical options. Congress would then be prohibited, this is our 10-year truce, from loosening or increasing these restrictions for 10 years. So this is the abortion side of the truce. On the gun side, we would establish universal background checks for gun sales. This is one of the most popular policies, right, in the package. That has 86%. I've seen some polls have gone up above 90%, but most recent one I found was at 86%. So 86% support, and then I'll just talk about that. Just again, the universal background checks, again, very popular. And there are exemptions for things like, between family members, or between, as part of an estate, or someone needs to borrow a gun as a matter of life and death, or you're going hunting or shooting or something, and you're loaning the gun to the person in your possession. All these kinds of things are exempt. But in general, if you're going to permanently transfer a gun, you'd have to go through a firearm dealer to get a background check. And so then policy 40 is the ban bump stocks. And bump stocks were banned starting in 2019 after they were used in a shooting in Las Vegas, October 1st, 2017. The guy opened up on a country music festival, and bump stocks had apparently had been invented after the assault weapons ban expired, so around circa 2004. And but then Donald Trump acted to ban them after that Las Vegas shooting. But there were already 500,000 or so in circulation. And the Supreme Court struck it down last month, June 14th, and said, look, a ban, you can't ban this through executive orders, through interpreting the statutes to say that a bump stock is a machine gun. That just because they, it walks like a duck and talks like a duck doesn't give you the authority to proclaim it a duck. Congress has to do that. So the court says a ban has to come from Congress. So, okay, let's help Congress get it done and ban bump stocks that essentially turn, a semi-automatic weapon into a machine gun. So these are the things that we'll say the pro-gun people have to give up, agreeing to ban bump stocks and universal background checks. But in exchange, policy number 41 here is prohibit Congress from further restrictions on guns for 10 years. So that would be the line. No more. The whole point of this truce is that as a union of swing voters, you got to be willing to vote for both a Republican and Democrat. And these two wedge issues, both parties point fingers at the other one, say, if you elect them, they're going to take your guns or your abortions away. And so this truce is about taking that off the table for 10 years, while instead we go after root causes. Because people should be upset that it's like 50,000 people last year died as a result of a gun. So yes, we very much should want to bring that number down. Yes, we should want to reduce the number of abortions. We should all want to reduce needless deaths. But instead of going after the symptoms, let's go after the root causes and poverty. So of those gun deaths, a majority of gun deaths are suicides. So how do we fix our society in a way that not so many people want to end their own life, that just find living in in America so depressing that they want to kill themselves? Those deaths of despair. How do we bring that down? Ending poverty, because the issues that often lead to suicide, poverty pretty much exacerbates all of them. Poverty makes all of them worse. It leads to things like addiction and financial distress and all these kinds of things. Then there's police violence. The police shoot 1,000 people a year. Well, these were some of the first policies in this list. Is training the police in de-escalation and restricting the use of lethal force, at least by federal officers. So let's help the police not shoot so many people. And then mass shootings. Mass shootings are a very small percentage of the overall gun deaths, but they're some of the most visible ones. Okay. Well, what triggers mass shootings? And one part of it, according to an article by Matt Taibbi in Rolling Stone after school shooting in Florida. I forget the name of the high school. And he drew the connection between military glorification and mass shootings. That when we promote violence as a problem-solving technique through violence as a problem-solving technique through the military, then you sort of get to this point of, okay, well, if we can use violence to solve problems, then mass shootings, I guess I want to say seem more plausible. Put the idea in people's heads. It's also worth pointing out that this isn't the first time that the United States has suffered a wave of mass shootings. It was back 80 years ago, back during the Depression. They called them rampage shootings back then. But Sebastian Junger wrote in his book Tribe on Homecoming and Belonging The first time that the United States suffered a wave of rampage shootings was during the 1930s, when society had been severely stressed and fractured by the Great Depression. So again, how do we help patch the fraying social fabric and addressing wealth inequality with unconditional basic income? We can help do that. So so we're going to work to reduce needless deaths. Congress would be restricted. It would be a Class B misdemeanor for them to introduce any further restrictions on guns or abortion for 10 years. A Class B misdemeanor is punishable by between 5 and 30 days. And so any members of Congress who feel so passionately about it can commit civil disobedience. And then the next time Congress goes on vacation, they can spend their days in jail. But look, keeping America divided about these policies and demonizing the other side is not a productive way to go about it. So by listening and recognizing what we have in common, wanting to reduce needless deaths, we can come together to enact a middle policy that will help us meet our real goals and reduce the political tension, the political fighting in the United States. So that's what Title II does, to help us meet our constitutional duty to ensure domestic tranquility. All right, now we come to Title III, provide for the common defense. Well, the provide for the common defense. You know, when the framers wrote the Constitution, they were very concerned about standing armies. They were very concerned about standing armies. They wrote it in Section 1, Article 1, Section 8, I believe, that Congress was prohibited on spending on funding an army for more than 2 years at a time. So there was talk about including a prohibition on standing armies in the Bill of Rights. Eldridge Gerry, who's the future governor of Massachusetts, the guy who gives us the term, or for the term gerrymandering is named, he called a standing army the bane of liberty. So the framers were very concerned about the standing armies, and today we have the military-industrial complex is our standing army. It is exactly what the framers feared, a huge industry that looks to profit from conflict, from war, and so we have far exceeded the framers' intention in providing for the common defense. So Title III will shrink the military-industrial complex, as well as help us restore some of our moral standing on the world stage. Okay, so Policy 42, sunset the 2001 authorization for use of military force in 8 months. We're gonna, this is the authorization that the Congress passed 3 days after the attacks of September 11th. And it's gave the president authority to use, quote, all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11th, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons, in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, or persons. Okay. We've done that. Osama bin Laden has been dead more than a decade. Al Qaeda is wiped out, and it's time to repeal this authorization for military force. It's often called the blank check for the endless wars. According to the Friends Committee on National Legislation, it's been used to justify actions in at least 19 different countries. So policy 42 is to sunset the 2001 authorization for use of military force in 8 months. So this gives the current 118th Congress an opportunity to decide, do we need a new authorization for military force? Do we want to continue our adventures in the Middle East, or do they, or not? That's up to Congress to decide. And if the 118th Congress decides not to, the 119th will also have a chance to authorize more military force. But if they want to, that's these are difficult decisions, but the Constitution says Congress is supposed to be making it. They can't just give the president a blank check 23 years ago and then just not doing anything again. So this section will force them to act. This will again provide that creative tension that Dr. King spoke about in his letter from Birmingham jail, where the conflict can no longer be avoided. That this dichotomy between promoting peace and promoting war. Yeah. All right. Policy 43 is to repeal the 2002 and 1991 authorizations for use of military force for the Iraq wars. Once again, the Iraq war is long over. And the Biden administration has come out in support of legislation that would repeal these because they're not relevant. They're no longer needed. And so that's what policy 43 would do. All right, policy 44. This is reducing the military budget. And if you're doing the math, to cut the military budget by 10% for 4 consecutive years works out to about a third, reducing the budget by about a third. Since Joe Biden has taken office, we ended the war in Afghanistan, a 20-year war. And you would think that when you end a war, the military budget would go down. But in fact, it has increased. It's up 40% since Donald Trump took office, since 2016, thereabouts. It's up 40%. And an awful lot of that is wasteful spending. And so a 10% cut for 4 years will make us focus on what exactly we want to be investing in and help encourage the military to be more efficient. Most military spending goes to defense contractors. I want to say it's 54%. And the 5 big defense contractors, these big corporate entities, they pay their CEOs tens of millions of dollars a year. So they're with these huge exorbitant profits that they're taking in from the federal government. So we need to rethink how we're doing these things, and reducing the budget by 10% each year, about a third overall, is definitely very doable. I also said one of the goals of this title is to improve our moral standing on the world stage. And our big giant military, as they often do, sort of contributes to a keeping up with the Joneses mentality on the planet, where we saw this with the nuclear weapons and the arms race of one side had X number of nukes, so the other side needed X plus 1. And the way to win an arms race is not to run. I got a quote jotted down here from Martin Luther King. and his gave this speech a year before his assassination, Beyond Vietnam, and he offered a better vision for America. He said, "A true revolution of values will lay hand on the world order and save war. This way of settling differences is not just. This business of burning human beings with napalm, of filling our nation's homes with orphans and widows, of injecting poisonous drugs of hate into the veins of people normally humane, of sending men home from dark and bloody battlefields, physically handicapped and psychologically deranged, cannot be reconciled with wisdom, justice, and love. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. America, the richest and most powerful nation in the world, can well lead the way in this revolution of values. There's nothing but a tragic death wish to prevent us from reordering our priorities so that the pursuit of peace will take precedence over the pursuit of war." As I've talked about the 3 planks of the Trump-Biden peace plan to end poverty, end mass incarceration, and end the endless wars, you might recognize them as addressing the triple evils that Dr. King identified of poverty, racism, and militarism. Those triple evils are still with us more than 60 years after King's death, and we can address them, we can fix them, but we can do it with an interconnected set of solutions, just like the internet connected problems. And that's what the Trump-Biden peace plan offers. All right, policy 45, repeal the 1033 program, which transfers military surplus to police departments. This is another part of police de-escalation. Stop giving them military equipment. And I do mean giving. The 1033 program allows them, the military, to give this away, and it's was ramped up as part of the 1990s, again, the war on drugs, and yeah, they're giving away things like grenade launchers, like mine-resistant armored troop carriers. But to paraphrase, there's no such thing as a free mine-resistant armored personnel character, because the deal for these things is when you give them to the police department is that you're expected to use them. And so this is a big contributor to the militarization of the police. Again, to this idea that force and killing and violence is a perfectly acceptable problem-solving technique. And so over these last 20 years, we've really seen the militarization of the police escalate. The no-knock warrants, right? SWAT raids, and just the number of deaths by police. So the 1033 program would be repealed. It doesn't stop the sale. The military could still sell their surplus, and the police departments could still buy it, but it would prevent them from just giving it away. Basically, right now, it's just pay for shipping. Somebody used to serve in the legislature and on the county delegation and things like that. Once you get back, it's one thing to spend very little money to get something, but once you have to pay for its true, once that line gets a little bigger, you got to work a little harder to justify it, and be a little tougher to shell out, whatever the blue book value of an armored, a mine resistant armored personnel carrier. Yeah. So, all right, that's policy 45. Policy 46, close foreign military bases where local referenda show that we are not welcome. Yeah, the United States has about 750 foreign military bases. I want to just emphasize that word foreign. This policy does not apply to our domestic military bases, but our ones overseas in other countries. We would apply the duty of nonviolence, to affirm consent, and we would ask the local populations around these foreign military bases Do you want us here? Do you want our military installation where you live? And if they say no, then we would leave within a year. So within 2 years of enactment. Again, is the sort of combination of shrinking the military industrial complex as well as improving our standing on the world stage, our moral standing, by asking permission, asking consent, or affirming consent that we're welcome in these 750 different places around the planet. That's a huge number. The rest, every other country on the in the world, they have less than a tenth of that combined foreign military bases. Last I checked, Russia had about 3 dozen. China had about a half a dozen foreign military bases. We have 750. So this third plank in the peace plan of ending the endless wars. This is an important component. Yeah. So this section requires the Secretary of Defense to hold referendums. And let's see if I can find this real quick. All right. Secretary shall hold referenda. They shall endeavor to demonstrate American democracy in the best possible way using secret ballots printed in local language or languages, publicized for at least 60 days before voting concludes. You don't necessarily have to do all the voting on one day, but at least 60 days for people to be aware and participate. Franchise shall include both men and women of adult age to the fullest extent possible, and pool of eligible voters shall be the people in the area, the local residents. And where a minority of ballots indicate they want the U.S. military presence to remain, go ahead and develop a base closure plan, and then complete it no later than October 30th, 2026. So 2 years after passage. I just want to say here too, the question put to the native population shall be substantially, do you want the United States military to remain here? And so this is sort of push polling in a positive way, and saying, so if people are more inclined to say yes to something, we're asking if they want us to stay. It's only if a majority say no that then we'd go ahead and leave. So the question is not trying to influence people, but instead give them the opportunity to give consent. All right. For policy 47, codify current policy prohibiting the acquisition of landmines. And this is one of these things that I couldn't find any polling on. It's kind of surprising to me that nobody's asked questions of like, do you support or oppose the United States burying explosives in the ground to blow people up? I couldn't find any polling. Landmines have been around for a long time. They were really took off during World War II, and they we're still using them in on the Korean Peninsula. But where they do produce casualties 70, 80, 85% of the time, according to Landmine Monitor, it's civilians. Yeah, civilians, children running around playing, getting limbs blown off by landmines. And so our current policy on landmines has gone back and forth. President Obama, he stopped acquiring more landmines and restricted their use to Korea. Donald Trump reversed this policy, and then Joe Biden reversed it back. And so rather than let it bounce back and forth depending on who occupies the Oval Office, we're going to fix this by codifying it, putting it in the United States Code. And so what the current policy is we will not develop, produce, or acquire anti-personnel landmines, not export or transport them except when necessary for activities related to mine detection or removal and for the purpose of destruction. Current policy is not to use them outside the Korean Peninsula, and not to encourage anyone else to use landmines, as well as work to destroy all stockpiles not required for the defense of the Republic of Korea. So while the rest of the world has adopted, not the rest of the world, but the vast majority of nations have adopted the 1997 mine ban treaty. The United States is not a signatory to that. So we're going to go ahead and codify this policy. All right, so there's an exemption here until October 30th, 29. Continue to use them in the Republic of Korea for the defense of the Republic of Korea. But that exemption goes away 5 years after passage, October 30th, 2029. And that is policy number 50. I'm sorry, policy number 48, to cease using landmines. And that should be the end of them. All right, now policy 49. As long as we're talking about Korea, let's hit a couple more policies. And policy 49 would direct the Secretary of State to present Congress with a plan to formally end the Korean War. And you may be thinking, what are you talking about? Wasn't the Korean War? Wasn't that back in the 50s? Yes, it was 70 years ago, or more than 70 years ago, that we signed an armistice to stop the fighting in the Korean War. But we never actually ended the war. And so we're just taking a break. But after 70 years, it's time to actually break off this conflict. Donald Trump visited North Korea and improved diplomatic relations. The Biden administration says it's ready to negotiate with North Korea. So, okay, let's do it. Section 333 of the Trump-Biden peace plan calls for the Secretary of State to submit a plan within 6 months to achieve this. And then Section 334 calls for negotiations with North Korea for opening embassies in each other's capitals. So working on diplomatic relations, coming up with a specific plan to bring us towards peace that we can actually end the Korean War. One of the other things interesting about North Korea is that it's the only nation that the United States says you're not allowed to visit. The United States doesn't prohibit people from going anywhere else except for North Korea. The thing is, the U.S. also, we've got the largest population of Korean nationals overseas. And this policy means they can't visit their family there, that they're missing out on weddings and funerals and things like that. And so policy number 50 is to direct the Secretary of State to review these restrictions and decide whether or not they're actually necessary. All right, now we're getting into nuclear. As I said a few minutes ago, there's only one way to win an arms race: refuse to run. So how do we make sure that we don't end up in a new arms race with nuclear weapons? How do we lead by example? And one of the first things we can do is scale back planned upgrades to intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs. We can get a little more life out of them, and but not upgrade our weapons. And there's definitely widespread public support for preventing nuclear war. In fact, in January 2022, China, France, Russia, the UK, and the US issued this joint statement. And I'm going to just read a couple lines of it. These five nations said, "We affirm that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought, as nuclear use would have far-reaching consequences. We also affirm that nuclear weapons, for as long as they continue to exist, should serve defensive purposes, deter aggression, and prevent war. We believe strongly that the further spread of such weapons must be prevented." Yes, the I forget their name, the Institute of Concerned Scientists, or I forget what exactly, but their doomsday clock, right? I think they've got it at 90 seconds to midnight. It's look, the state of the world is such that people are starting to worry about conflicts. Could end up in the use of nuclear weapons again, and to prevent that, the United States is the only country that has ever used atomic weapons in the pursuit of, or in a war, and killed 90% civilians. So I feel very strongly that we have sort of a moral obligation to go first in de-escalating and reversing nuclear proliferation. And again, these are pieces popular. There was a survey of registered voters in October 2020 by the Federation of American Scientists, and 60% of respondents said they'd prefer other alternatives to building new missiles, this upgrading the missiles, right? They'd either want to refurbish the existing ones or scrap the nuclear weapons altogether. There was another survey the previous year by the Program for Public Consultation at the University of Maryland, and they were asked if the government should phase out its fleet of ICBMs, and 61% said yes. So we're not getting rid of all of our, well, let's move on to policy 52, which is require a 50% reduction in the nuclear stockpile by 2029. So this isn't getting rid of all of our weapons and saying, all right, we're peaceful now, but instead we're going to make a bold but strategic move to not run a new arms race. Again, the United States is one of the 800-pound gorillas on the planet, along with Russia, when it comes to nuclear weapons. Between the United States and Russia, we have about 85-90% of the planet stockpile. And so we can lead by example by cutting ours in half. We've still got more than enough to crispify things, but we can make it so that China doesn't feel an urge to keep up with us. We have, last I checked, about 5,500 nuclear weapons, but only about a third of them are deployed and ready to go. The rest are in storage. And so, we got, so half, if we're going to reduce our nuclear stockpile, we could just do with the ones in the storage and just put them to rest instead of putting them in storage. So we wouldn't even have to actually deactivate anything that's deployed and ready to go. Could cut out our stockpile. So that's policy 52. Actually, let me just say, as a matter of national defense, the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, says that the Pentagon concluded in 2013 that U.S. deterrent objectives could be met with unilateral reductions of up to 1/3 of the deployed arsenal. So even all of those, we got 1,500 that are deployed. We don't even need that many deployed. So again, we're not unilaterally disarming, but trying to lead by example. And so when we come to policy 53, we would actually be following China's example if we adopted an unconditional no first use policy for nuclear weapons. We sort of have this, right? It's sort of implied that we're not going to shoot first when it comes to nuclear weapons, but we can advance the cause of justice by being more explicit about it and saying, look, this is the United States policy. We are not going to be the first ones. Again, China has had this policy since, I believe, 1964. We have the opportunity to lead by example. All right, that's policy 53. 54. We're now more than halfway done towards our 101 policies. About 2.5 hours. All right, so we're right on time. 54, restrict the use of unilateral economic sanctions against countries such as in Cuba. Economic sanctions. I saw this presentation, and the presenter named Margaret Flowers should define them as unilateral coercive economic measures. This is sort of like it's just a unilateral use of economic force against, in many cases, against civilian populations. They are a form of collective punishment. Says, we don't like how your country is run, so we're going to punish all of you. And just think about how Americans would feel if other countries treated us that way, especially in a country as polarized as ours, to say, if other countries said, we're going to punish you all because of the way that the current political party is governing. And when it comes to sanctions, sanctions maybe make you feel good because they're not blowing things up with bombs. They're not so visibly destructive, but they really can be more deadly than military force. Go back to, let's look at North Korea again. They've been under sanctions for years and years and years, and the malnourished population of North Korea is visibly shorter than the relations in South Korea. These are genetically the same people, but one population is so harmed by being cut off from the world markets. Our sanctions in Iran, again, sanctions are sort of like a reverse UBI. The people with the least resources get hurt the most. And the United States, how many countries, like the United States is using these all over the world. According to the website sanctionskill.org, as of October 2022, the U.S. was imposing sanctions on, you ready? Afghanistan, Belarus, Bosnia, Herzegovina, the Central African Republic, China, Congo, Cuba, Cyprus, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Guinea, Haiti, Iran, Iraq, Korea, Laos, Lebanon, Liberia, Libya, Mali, Moldova, Montenegro, Myanmar, Nicaragua, Palestine. Paraguay, Russia, Serbia, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Tunisia, Turkey, Uganda, Venezuela, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. So like 36 countries that are being targeted by our economic sanctions. And again, these cause widespread harm to civilians. So the United States would restrict the use of unilateral economic sanctions. And we'll take a look here at before we take a look at the legislative language, let's just talk about Cuba for 1 second. And Cuba, all right, the problem with Cuba, theoretically, right, is that they had a revolution that the United States did not approve of in 1959. Like 5 out of 6 Cubans weren't even alive in 1959, and they are all still being punished for this. This is not justice. In fact, the United Nations keeps bringing forward these resolutions recognizing, quote, the necessity of ending the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States of America against Cuba. And last year, most recently, the UN adopted this for the 31st time. For more than 3 decades, the United Nations has voted, and it's along the lines of like 184-2. The rest of the planet is like, hey, United States, knock it off. And we won't. So this is the opportunity, again, to improve our moral standing on the world stage and end the embargo of Cuba. I mean, these kind of things have real consequences, especially during the pandemic, COVID-19. Mexico wanted to send supplies to humanitarian relief, and they couldn't get a ship that would ship them stuff because the United States had these restrictions and barriers in place. They had to use like a warship to deliver these materials because there was no other way around it. So when we talk about this third plank, the ending the endless wars, this is part of it. Where is it? Where do you got a section that restricts the use of unilateral agricultural sanctions and unilateral medical sanctions? And we're just going to add a new one that says unilateral economic sanctions. And if the president's going to impose one, he's got to give a description of current actions, not something that happened in 1959, that justify imposing the sanctions. And Congress has to approve. There's one more part here. And so, yes, this chapter shall be construed to nullify the prohibition on the Cuba sanctions. Yeah, sanctions kill. When we imposed them on Venezuela a few years ago, and the way to do it is to say put them on declare their country a national security threat. And when you do that, it's like a public notice that they're under investigation, right? This is the police like announcing you're a person of interest and making a big media announcement. And if you're, let's say, for example, you're trying to get a job and improve your economic situation, and the police are like, well, just so you know, this guy is under suspicion of murder or something like that. It makes it much, much harder for you to, it disrupts your life. And so when there's this threat of sanctions, or there are sanctions, you're discouraging business from investing in these countries and improving their economic situations. And so again, this is collective punishment for an entire country. So there are exceptions. That was the thing I was looking for here. There are exceptions in here for declared wars. Then yeah, for or as part of a mandatory decision of the United Nations Security Council, or as part of a multilateral effort. So again, can't just be us throwing our economic weight, using it to crush small countries. Right, that list I read a minute ago. How many of them could you pick out on a map? And yet we're crushing their civilian populations. Venezuela, like I said, one report found that our sanctions had led to the deaths of 40,000 people. So let that sink in. All right, policy 55, prohibit development or acquisition of a lethal autonomous weapon, aka killer robots. If you've ever seen the Terminator franchise, you know exactly what a lethal autonomous weapon look like. And so we're sort of at this tipping point, right, where the use of AI is growing, and a lethal autonomous weapon, something that can target and attack without human intervention, poses a lot of risks. Again, if you've seen the Terminator franchise, you know how, what the worst case scenario is. The International Red Cross is suggesting that states regulate these, but nobody's leading. Nobody wants to be the first one to. And so the United States has the opportunity, again, as our military industrial complex is us as the 800-pound gorilla. We have the opportunity to lead by example and say, we're not going to do this. We're not going to turn life and death decisions over to robots. We're going to keep them in the hands of human beings, of entities with a conscience, who are capable of exercising judgment. And that's where they belong. This is what the International Red Cross is recommending, is to regulate lethal autonomous weapons. No human targets, restrict unpredictability, and require human control. There's another website called autonomousweapons.org, and they offer reasons why these should be restricted and avoided. And they gave 7 reasons, and I just want to go through these real quick. First is unpredictability, right? You're never quite sure what an AI, what a program is going to do. And when it comes to life and death decisions, this is not an area where you want unpredictability. You want unpredictability. Another is escalation, that things can change very rapidly. There's a lot of automated trading programs on the stock market these days. And every once in a while, one of them will get triggered and the stock market will make these big, giant moves until they sort themselves out. And again, this is not, you don't want wild mood swings in something that's making life or death decisions. Another reason is proliferation. The more of these we create that are out there, the better the odds are that they're going to end up in the hands of dictators and terrorists. And so by saying the United States is not going to engage in a global marketplace for these things, I'm going to reduce the number that are out there. Another reason to avoid these, lower barriers to conflict. It can be cheaper to start fights if you don't have to put any human lives on the line, but you can just send these swarms of autonomous killing machines to go start a fight. Because there's a certain amount of anonymity in using machines to kill people from a distance. In a way that if you put boots on the ground, it's very clear what country is responsible. But if a swarm of drones, shows up somewhere and starts killing people, it could be harder to identify who's starting this conflict, who's behind it. Another reason is the amplification of the opportunity for mass destruction, because one person can control many, many weapons. Again, on the battlefield, it's basically one person, one gun. But if one person can control a swarm of 100 lethal autonomous weapons, then you can really amplify the amount of death and destruction that can be unleashed. And it's not something we should be trying to do. Another reason is, again, this aspect of AI is that you can offer the opportunity to do selective targeting of groups. You can have these autonomous weapons target people based on their age, their gender, their race, their ethnicity, their religious dress. This could be a big. And then the last but not least is an AI arms race. It's a dynamic that favors speed over safety, right? This is a race. When you run a race, it's not, let's see who can get there the safest. It's who can get there the fastest. And this is not, again, with lethal killing robots, right? You want to emphasize safety, not speed. So, all right, moving on. Policy 56, close Guantanamo Bay military prison. It's 20 years, more than 20 years that this prison has been open, and we've shuffled 780 men into it. 750 have gotten out, but we're still, I lost track, around 29, 30 people that are still detained. And what's the cost? Well, there's a couple of costs. One of them is the financial cost. You know how much it costs to keep Guantanamo Bay military prison running? More than $500 million a year. So we're talking like, I got another page, 17 million per person, I think. That's a lot of money, considering in a maximum security prison, you can incarcerate a person for about $78,000 a year. And we're spending, millions and millions and millions of dollars per person. So, but it does come with a perk for this huge price tag, is that Gitmo's outside the boundaries of the United States. And so the Supreme Court has ruled that some of the traditional legal protections don't apply. And so this is the moral cost of keeping Guantanamo Bay open for more than 2 decades, is that we have the opportunity to make bad decisions and to hold people for decades, literally decades, without charging them with a crime. These are men that have been taken away from their friends and their families, plucked away, taken halfway around the world, and never even charged with anything. The men who are still there, most of them are cleared for release, only they're just not being released. They're just still sitting there, stuck, day after day after day, year after year. And that makes it, we school children say, right, with liberty and justice for all. That's the Pledge of Allegiance. And how can you have liberty and justice for all when you incarcerate people for decades without charging them with a crime? And it opens us up to criticism, well-deserved criticism, from countries all around the world, like China, like Russia, like Pakistan, like Libya. Russia, Pakistan, Libya, Sudan, and Iran have all publicly criticized us for this indefinite detention that we allow to take place. And so once again, the problem here is Congress. President Obama tried to close Guantanamo Bay, and Congress immediately stepped in to block him from doing so. And so the way that this is done is every year there's a little line in the appropriations package in the budget that says none of this money can be used to close Guantanamo prison. Well, okay, If Congress can do it, Congress can undo it. And so the Trump-Biden peace plan would not only remove that restriction, but would direct the president to close Guantanamo Bay prison. Here we go. Within 6 months. So close it within 6 months. There is an allowance for a one-time extension until the end of fiscal year 2025. I'm sorry, end of fiscal year 2020. No, I lost it. Yeah, sorry, June 30th, 2025. They could extend it if there is a justifiable reason. So an extra 4 months. But when they close it down, anybody who's going to trial, so pretrial detention, at detention during trial or while serving a sentence, can be sent to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and we can keep them there. If Congress has another place in mind that they want to send them, then Congress can alter this, but close Guantanamo Bay military prison. So anyone that isn't being transferred there can be transferred to another country, provided that it complies with conventions relating to the status of refugees, the Convention Against Torture, and that a person being transferred who asserts a well-founded fear of torture, abuse, or persecution has the opportunity to have their claim heard. Or just D, release any other such person. Again, decades. We've held men in Guantanamo Bay for 2 decades without ever charging them with the crime. So it's time to release them. This is, I don't know if you've ever seen John Oliver's Last Week Tonight. He did an episode on Guantanamo Bay a while back. And so he put it, when you see a bumper sticker that says freedom isn't free, this is what that means. It means standing up for our highest ideal, even requires accepting a certain amount of risk. That it's possible that somebody could be released from Guantanamo Bay and then come back and try and hold a grudge, try and attack the United States. But that doesn't justify the continued incarceration without charges for such a long period of time. So I know this is hard. This is a hard thing for Congress to do, because Congress doesn't want to look weak, but we can help give them the courage. We can help them do the right thing by including this provision in the Trump-Biden peace plan. All right, that finishes Title 3. We're going to move on to Title 4. Promote the general welfare. It means healthcare reform and unconditional basic income, and the American Union Jobs Program is the name of the unconditional basic income program, and sort of the umbrella for all of these various reforms that kind of serve as the umbrella of benefits for citizenship. And so let's start with Policy 57, establish a health insurance public option to delink employment and health insurance. If you think about it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense that the way that you should get health insurance, access to healthcare, is through your employer. That's not, your sickness and your health really aren't contingent on who you're employed by. So we're going to help disconnect those things with a public option. Just Joe Biden campaign on a public option. We're going to help him deliver. And so public option is where people can choose from a government-run health program, or they can choose private insurance. But the public option is that it's a nonprofit, so they don't have to pay taxes. and because it's government run, it could be, nationwide. And those economies of scale mean administrative costs are lower. There was in the 2021 annual report of the boards of trustees of the Federal Hospital Insurance and Federal Supplemental Medical Insurance Trust Funds. Their administrative expenses were 1.1% of their total costs. So flip that around the other way. 98.9% of their expenses went to actually provide healthcare, went to pay benefits. That's a pretty darn good percentage. And by setting up the government in a way that they can compete with private insurance, it's going to help provide a strong incentive for these big giant insurance companies to be more competitive on their prices. And again, this will help de-link employment and health insurance. So right now you've got 1 in 6 Americans who stay in a job that they want to leave, but that's where their health insurance is. And so if you want people to have the freedom to move around, which by the way is good for the economy, for people to take different jobs and be able to accept other economic opportunities, we got to decouple employment and health insurance. And so a public option can help us do that. It's also this is a very popular provision. 68%, polling at 68% support. I've seen higher numbers, but I think 68% is the most recent one. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense our healthcare system is very broken. So we need to find other ways to do it. And a public option is a great way to disrupt the status quo. But our next couple policies deal with some of the other side effects, other things changes that need. Actually, I'm gonna skim through the text of this real quick. Establishment of health insurance. So this will start in 2026. Doctors and stuff. Enrollment in a public option is totally voluntary. It is not mandatory. Be offered on the healthcare exchanges, and it'll be offered on the healthcare exchanges. Premiums would be competitive with for-profit insurance plans. No bailouts. In no case shall the health insurance option receive any federal funds for purposes of insolvency. They will get $2 billion in startup funds, and then pay that back over 10 years from the premiums collected. Again, this is one of the benefits, the optional health benefit for your American Union job. And so you'd encourage payment from your Treasury account. You could use your UBI to buy health insurance. Prescription drugs shall be at rate. You should negotiate best rates possible for these. Provider networks, participants, anybody who participates in Medicare would generally be considered as opting in unless they actively opt out. And yeah, so those are sort of the basic framework there. So that brings us to our next policy, number 58, which is repeal the prohibition on exchange subsidies for people who can get insurance at work. Because right now, if you can buy policy through your employer, then even if you don't make enough money that you would otherwise be able to get a subsidy on the health insurance exchange, you can't get that subsidy and so to help de-link employment and insurance, repeal that eligibility restriction on subsidies. Similarly, this is policy number 59. Repeal the penalties on large employers who don't offer health insurance. We're going to get rid of their mandate and let business get back to doing what they want to do, which is focus on their customers, and nobody goes into business and like, you know what I hope someday is that I'll be able to offer health insurance to my employees. That's not why people go into business. People go in business to serve customers, to fill an economic niche. And so we can then take this burden off of employers. It doesn't prohibit employers from offering benefits, but we're going to take away the mandate. Because right now, as of 2024, if you don't offer health insurance, then you can be fined up to $2,970 annually for every full-time employee. After 30, the first 30 you're fine free. Anything after that. So, and this applies to large employers with 50 or more full-time equivalent employees. And if you offer a health insurance plan that isn't, quote, affordable or providing minimum value, so if it's a lousy plan, and some of your employees there can then get tax credits, get subsidies in the marketplace because there's not one, then you can be fined $4,460 for every employee that does go on the exchange and get a subsidy. I want to say too here that this applies to employers with 50 or more full-time equivalent employees. Full-time employees means 30 hours a week or more. And so one of the side effects here is with this sort of creation of a disincentive for full-time workers. Because if you just employ people for less than 30 hours, then you can't hit that 50. You can't get this mandate put on your shoulders. And so by getting rid of this mandate, we're going to get rid of that disincentive. Yeah. All right. Moving on. Policy number 60. Prohibition on unfair prescription drug pricing practices. This is negotiation for policy 60. Require negotiation for all Medicare Part D and Part B drug prices. Last October, Kaiser Family Foundation found that 83% of voters supported this provision. This is a very popular no-brainer thing. The government clearly has economies of scale and should be using them to negotiate a lower prices, but they haven't been able to do so in the past. In part, the Affordable Care Act I think it predated the Affordable Care Act. Medicare reimbursement for most Part B drugs is 106% of the average sales price. So whatever the average price is, Congress wrote the law that we're going to pay above average prices. That's just, it's so backward. And so when there started to be talk of we should fix this and the federal government should negotiate on drug prices, the trade group, the pharmaceutical trade group, increased dues for their members by 50% to raise $100 million for an influence campaign to stave off possible pricing regulations. And so for 535 members of Congress, that's $187,000 each to persuade them not to disrupt the status quo. Now, a couple of years ago, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, the door was cracked just a little bit, and the deal was, I want to say in 2025, they're going to negotiate for 10 drugs, which is not zero, but it's sure not very much, because you know why these pharmaceutical companies would spend $100 million to try and to lobby Congress and try and persuade them not to disrupt the status quo? because they make an extra $45 billion every year by when the government can't negotiate. This is what the Congressional Budget Office estimated, that if Medicare negotiated, they could save we could save $450 billion over 10 years. Can you imagine what other good things we could accomplish with 450 extra billion dollars in our society that wouldn't be going into the pockets of pharmaceutical companies? So this is what Section 414 does. It requires negotiation on, not Section 414, Section 415 requires negotiation of prescription drug prices under Medicare Part D and Part B, and yeah, I'm gonna stop wasting money with the pharmaceutical industrial complex. All right, where were we? All right, policy number, let's see, 61. Policy 61, restrict pharmacy benefit managers, PBMs, from using spread pricing. Another big contributor to the cost of prescription drugs is pharmaceutical benefit managers. And spread pricing is this practice where the pharmaceutical benefit manager sort of acts as a middleman to negotiate rates. Only spread pricing is when they keep the difference for themselves. So they charge the payers, the health plan, whoever, a higher price for the medication than what the pharmacies are actually getting paid. And then they pocket the difference. And so when you get your explanation of benefits from your insurer saying, we paid X dollars amount for your prescription drugs, it doesn't necessarily show what the pharmacy received, because it's what the pharmacy received plus anything the pharmacy benefit manager received. So we're going to cut out spread pricing. And see if I can find this text of the section real quick. Yeah, so it would be considered an unfair trade practice to charge a different amount than what something actually costs. They also work in kickbacks, clawbacks, kickbacks and clawbacks on drug prices. And but if they do get rebates, discounts, or whatever, as long as they pass it along, then there's no violation here. And so again, this would be subject to the Unfair and Deceptive Act that the Federal Trade Commission could enforce. And they'd be subject to a civil penalties. States would also be able to enforce this. Yeah, part of reforming our healthcare system. All right, moving on. Next, let's number 62. Number 62 is establish 18 weeks of paid family leave. Paid family leave. This is a thing that pretty much every other nation on the planet does, except for us. Paid maternal leave. And one study found that 1 in 4 women end up going back to work within 2 weeks of giving birth because they can't afford to not go back to work. They can't afford to lose that income. And as a result, our infant mortality rate is much higher than the European average. If we could bring our infant mortality rate down to the European average, we'd save the lives of 7,700 newborns a year. These are babies that are unnecessarily dying before reaching their first birthday because we're disrupting their lives when their parents have to go back to work instead of being able to be there and care for them and bond with them. 7,700 newborns. When we talk about reducing needless deaths, paid family leave, unsurprisingly, is also very popular. It is sheet here. 80% of registered voters support paid family leave. This sort of ties back to the reducing needless deaths as part of Title II, the truce on guns and abortion. Yeah, I'm gonna, again, I think I mentioned that 2/3 of women seeking abortion say they couldn't afford the baby. And so by ensuring that there's paid time off available, we can address that concern and drive down the demand for abortion. Let's see. All right, so let's talk. Let's go into the details on paid family leave here, real quick. Kind of builds on the framework of the Family Medical Leave Act, which allows people to take 12 weeks unpaid time off. And so the same sort of terms apply. If you qualify for that, you would qualify for this. And it would be paid for by a employee-employer matching tax of 1/4% of your payroll. So if you make $50,000 a year, you would pay $2.50 a week. Yeah, you'd kick in $2.50 a week. As far as your benefit, as we said, would be 2/3 of whatever your highest annual salary was for the last 3 years. There would be a minimum of $600 a month for $600, a minimum of $600 a month in benefits, with a maximum capped at $3,600. So if you made $50,000 a year, kick in your $250 a week, and if you collected 2/3 of your salary, it'd be about $2,800 a month, and 18 weeks, 4.5 months, $12,500 to give you time to take care of your family. And qualified caregiving, any activity other than regular employment for a reason which the eligible employee would be entitled to leave under the Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993. There is a initial waiting period. This is sort of like your deductible before you collect on this. So the first 5 caregiving days are unpaid, and then 90 caregiving days after that will be included. So this would establish the Office of Paid Family and Medical Leave. And so the Office of Paid Family Medical Leave would make out payments, make sure that they're insured. They're qualified for disability insurance under the Social Security Act. They've earned income, file an application, and engage in qualified caregiving, or anticipates being so engaged. So again, if you're pregnant, you can get 4.5 months, 18 weeks paid time off. You don't have to wait until you actually give birth to start it. You can take it, your last month or something like that, the last month of your pregnancy to prepare. You can go ahead and apply for your benefits then. Monthly benefit. I talked about the caps, minimum, maximum, 600, 3,600. You can, that amount could be further reduced if you're getting other unemployment or disability, workers' comp or something like that. Could reduce your medical leave payments. They wouldn't necessarily stack. Let's see. And we got some protections here. Cause of action, if you're discriminated against because you're applying for, indicated intent to apply for these benefits, you can bring a civil action, and the commission could also bring an action. Money collected through these taxes would go into a trust fund, and then there's a couple other important provisions. How do you define family for this? And family is defined as both individuals share responsibility for a significant measure of each other's common welfare. If you say you're a family, you're a family. And there's also a clarification that this is a floor, this 18 weeks. State and local governments can have their own family leave plans, and your private employer can offer better benefits. 18 weeks would be a national floor, not a ceiling. Yeah, okay. All right. Next, we got some doctor related provisions here. So it's generally agreed that we have a doctor shortage in the United States. A study published in March of this year by the Association of American Medical Colleges says that we're going to be short as many as 86,000 doctors by 2036. So these next four policies work to address that as part of healthcare reform. So policy 63 is fund an additional 3,400 residency positions annually through 2030. So part of the problem here is Congress capped this back in 1997, although they did bump it up by a tiny percentage last year by like 200. Currently, it's about 90,000 slots a year, and they bumped it up by 200, which is not nothing, but really not a big thing. So, because the issue is you have more doctors, including international students that want to train, but there's just not enough slots. So, what we're doing is creating 18,000 slots over 5 years. This does not translate into 18,000 new doctors because training takes 3 to 5 years, depending on your specialty, and you need a slot every year. But still, this can help add another 3,000 to 4,000 more doctors. Policy 64 is incentivize 6-year medical programs with grants to teaching schools. It's pretty short and self-explanatory, right? Currently, it takes 4 years to get a bachelor's degree and then 4 years in medical school. And so what some schools are offering is those 4-year programs combined in a way that takes 6 years. And so that shortens the pipeline for doctors. And so this policy 64 would encourage that with a total of 150 million in grants over 5 years. So I think 40 million the first 2 years is sort of startup encouragement, and then it tapers off by year 5. All right. Next, 6-year medical programs. 65. Incentivize 6-year medical programs with student access to Stafford loans. Stafford loans, these direct loans, they're not available to graduate students. And so that's the policy Congress has set. Section 418 would make an exception for those enrolled in a 6-year medical program. And then policy 66, incentivize foreign doctors to work in underserved areas by reallocating wasted waivers. This is called the Conrad 30 waiver program. This would be an adjustment to that. A foreigner who graduates from a medical school here in the United States usually has to go home afterwards. And this program would allow them to stay if they can get a job working in an underserved area. That's what the Conrad 30 waiver program does. And it's called Conrad 30 because every state gets exactly 30 waivers. Well, states are very, very different sizes. So, the state of Wyoming with, 600,000 people gets 30 waivers, and the state of California with 40 million people also gets 30 waivers. And so hundreds of these waivers go to waste each year. Some states don't use them at all. And so Section 419 of the Trump-Biden peace plan would reallocate them so that these waivers that would be wasted can be transferred to the states that would use them. That's what that is. Again, incentivizing them to work in underserved areas. All right. That's healthcare reform. Now we're moving into more of the American Union Jobs Program and the UBI and upgrading our economic systems. So let's start with requiring the U.S. Treasury, Policy 67, to create free digital Treasury accounts for each American. Now, these next three policies are built on the work of Robert Hockett, an economist, and these digital Treasury accounts for Americans would be along the lines of the existing Treasury Direct program. And let's see, Section 433 would set up all right, Section 433 would establish the digital Treasury accounts, and subsection B offers 5 different types. So we got a B1 account, which would be open for every American citizen, no exceptions. Every American citizen. This is universal, unconditional. And these accounts shall be identifiable as being issued under the paragraph. So this will be another system for checking, verifying citizenship. Possession of a B1 account is a privilege of citizenship. Then you got B2 accounts for any recipient who is not a citizen of the United States. Recipient is someone who's getting collecting payments from the American Union Jobs Program. And so B2 accounts are for parents of citizens. So, so if you are a child citizen, your parents are going to end up receiving, talk about in a few minutes, the parents are going to end up receiving your UBI on your behalf. And so the Secretary of the Treasury is required to open up digital accounts for these recipients. All right, B3 accounts. These are accounts for the Federal Reserve banks, and they can use them to pool their Treasury dollar bills on behalf of their member banks. So we'll talk about Treasury dollar bills in a minute. B4 accounts these are the ones for units of government. This is an essential component of legal tender. You can pay your taxes with it. These are statutorily required people, the Federal Reserve banks, the government, everybody to have accounts. In North Carolina, the legislature recently passed, the governor vetoed it, but I think they're going to override it, recently passed a bill prohibiting the state from participating in a program like this, but that's not the state's prerogative. It's the United States Congress that sets legal tender laws, that decides what currencies will be accepted in the United States. And then B5 accounts are for other qualified persons that the secretary, qualified persons is defined, any lawful resident of the United States, legal entity conducting business in the United States, or any other person as the secretary may see fit to include. So businesses would be able to open up a treasury account. And we're going to see why that's super helpful and important in just a minute. C1, or emphasize, these are about the accounts that B1 accounts cannot be restricted or otherwise access otherwise withheld from any adult for any reason, including but not limited to age, ancestry, arrest record, bankruptcy, criminal conviction, debt or other liability, gender, geographic location, income, marital status, occupation, race, religion, or sexual orientation. Access to your treasury account as a U.S. citizen is universal and unconditional. C3, we want to emphasize that you'd be able to use these, there'll be ATMs, set up a network of ATMs at post offices, since the U.S. Treasury won't be opening branches for these digital accounts, but you'll have ATM access at post offices. Some of the account features: debit cards, online account access, toll-free telephone account access, automatic bill pay, mobile banking, customer service, and other such services that the secretary determines are appropriate in the public interest. These would be developed with the U.S. Digital Service. These are the guys who work on improving and upgrading how the American people interact with government services. And yeah. All right. 5, no minimum maximum balances for the accounts. You have fraud protection. Number 7 here, C7, is our next policy. Enable account holders to transfer money in real time without banking fees. And so what that does is, well, I'll come back to that in just a second. Sorry, 8 is what is the ability to transfer in real time without fees. 9 is privacy controls, including the ability to anonymize transfers or delete an account's individual transaction history, and protect that account details and such can't be shared without your consent unless authorized by the subtitle or pursuant to a valid court order. So some people have concerns about, will have concerns about treasury accounts, and there will be fear mongering about them because these will be so disruptive to the economic status quo as public payment infrastructure that, in the same way that any sort of healthcare reform is, the medical association screams socialism to scare people, there will be just as much desire to disrupt a public option for banking, because that's policy 68 here. The ability to transfer money in real time without banking fees is a free public option for banking. This is, imagine you're driving across the country and you've got a couple options. You've got toll roads, and then you've got free public highways. And there's nothing stopping you from taking a toll road if you want, but you've got a free public option. And, because the thing about cash, when we were a cash-oriented society, is that cash is free to use, right? I hand you a $10 bill and you get all $10 of it. But in the 21st century, even at the end of the 20th century, more and more electronics, and most of them, well, more and more transactions were electronic. And in those scenarios, the banks are extracting a percentage of that payment for themselves. In fact, bank fees add about 2% to the cost of all goods and services in the United States. We're concerned about inflation, about ways that we can reduce prices on things. And one part of the solution can be stop letting banks collect a fee and instead offer this free public option of public payment infrastructure. India has done this. India has a nonprofit that oversees a free public payment infrastructure. And so you might see a beggar on the side of the road. Hey, can you spare a quarter for me to buy a cup of coffee or something, right? And you can scan their QR code and send them money for free, so they get all 25 cents of it. If you've ever tried to send money on PayPal or let people make payments by credit card on your websites or things like that, you'll know that credit card fees are really cost prohibitive in small amounts. They're generally like 29 cents plus a percentage. And so doing small amounts is not worth it, because the bank fees eat up all the money. So creating this free public payment infrastructure enabling micropayments will transform the way that our economy works in a way that better serves the people than the status quo does right now. All right, so how are people getting money into these digital accounts by the U.S. Treasury? They will be paid with Treasury Dollar Bills. This is legal tender, digital legal tender issued by the United States Treasury. So let's talk about economics for a little bit, just for a moment. So money is the lifeblood of our economy, right? It's the proper circulation that is essential to well-being. And as our economy grows, you've got to increase the amount of money in circulation, just like in a human body, right? Consider a baby. A newborn baby has not even enough blood in it to fill a soda can. But by 10, they've got 2 liters of blood. A healthy adult, I probably got 1.5 gallons, maybe two gallons of blood. You can use other metrics, things like body temperature, to judge health, but there's no correct amount of blood for a human being. It's absolutely got to change. And as a human being grows, it's got to increase too. Any doctor who suggested you should have a fixed quantity of blood would be guilty of medical malpractice. And economists, or anyone who suggests that there should be a fixed quantity of money in the economy, is guilty of economic malpractice. It's a normal, healthy thing for the money supply to grow, but we're doing that growth backwards. We're creating money as debt instead of just accepting that growth is normal. And so we're borrowing these trillions and trillions of dollars into existence, knowing that they're never supposed to be paid back. That instead we're diverting. The United States last year spent over $1 trillion in interest on the national debt. That is money that could be so much more better invested in society, rather than being diverted to some of the wealthiest individuals and institutions as interest. And so part of this is this growth in the money supply is sort of the natural consequence of the Industrial Revolution, is that productivity gains in your factories mean you're producing lots and lots of stuff, but you don't pay your workers enough to buy all the things that are produced. And so the only way for enough money to exist to buy all those things that you're produced means extra money's got to come from somewhere. And it can come in a couple different ways. You can put it into people's hands in the form of pensions, welfare benefits, dividends, and consumer credit. And it's that credit that this last one that has really exploded. We've got nearly $20 trillion in household debt, on top of the $34 trillion in national debt, and however many trillions and trillions in corporate debt. This money is all made up, and we're doing it backwards. We're creating it as debt instead of issuing it directly. And so Treasury dollar bills would be debt-free, interest-free dollars, legal tender, not borrowed, and as we accept this natural growth in the money supply. And instead of doing what we do now, which is letting banks create the dollars through debt, and when they do, they generally give it to the rich, to the well-connected, the people who are able to make big, giant loans. And we get something called the Cantillon effect, which means that the first people to get new money are able to buy things. Prices go up as when you have inflation, prices are going up. But the first people to get the new money buy it at the old low prices, and then as things go up, the people and the money works its way through the system. Everyone else has to end up paying a higher price, and so the structure of our economy is biased in favor of the wealthy. And so instead, the best way to increase the flow of money supply, the money supply, is at the bottom by issuing it to everyone as unconditional basic income, an equal share for all citizens. And then that money will trickle up. That'll be that's the way to fix our economy, to address poverty, and correct the economic course that we are on. So these Treasury dollar bills, these are digital legal tender issued by the United States Treasury. This is a central bank digital currency. And there is absolutely a lot of fear mongering out there around central bank digital currencies, but they're just a tool. This is like, chainsaws are just a tool. You could use a chainsaw to massacre people, but mostly what you use chainsaws for is for like cutting up trees and wood and things like that. You use them for productive purposes. But it's important. So as we start looking at a central bank digital currency, it's important to get this right, to use it to create debt-free, interest-free money, as opposed to what we're doing now, which is always digging ourselves deeper into debt. And so Joe Biden, a couple of years ago, he issued an executive order on ensuring responsible development of digital assets. And he defined the terms very carefully. Defined the term central bank digital currency, CBDC, reforms to a form of digital money denominated in the national unit of account that is a direct liability of a central bank, as opposed to the term cryptocurrencies, which refers to a digital asset. So an asset. So when we create Treasury dollar bills, we're going to create assets, not liabilities. And we're going to make sure that those assets are shared with all the citizens of the United States. They are the profit from our economic system. They're the natural result from the growth in our economy. They're necessary for people to be able to purchase all the new goods and services that become available. So that brings us to policy 69, pay unconditional basic income with Treasury dollar bills. Oops, sorry. Policy 70, limit creation of Treasury dollar bills to UBI payments. Once again, if you, the concern is Congress going crazy, spending money, right? If you didn't have this sort of check on Congress spending money, they might make too much of it. So by statutorily limiting it to unconditional basic income, we can ensure that we continue to we stick with a trickle up economy, and take away some of the discretion from Congress. So we make sure that citizens all benefit. All right. Now we're getting into the details of the UBI. And again, as I mentioned at the start of this title, The name of the program is the American Union Jobs Program. This is not employment, but this is setting Americans up as independent citizens. Independent contractors. Be a better American. And your UBI for adults would start at $16,800 a year. And that's enough to put every individual above the poverty line. And anything you earn on top of that is yours. Unconditional basic income just will address so many economic problems in the country. I guess just to jump back to number 70, policy number 70 again, real quick. We got about 250 million adults in this country and about 70 million kids. So that's going to put the issuance of Treasury dollar bills at about $4.5 trillion per year. And that sounds like a big number. Most of that number will be clawed back through a couple of taxes that we're going to talk about in just a minute. But it'll still leave a positive amount in circulation. And so as that money comes back, we won't need to borrow more. The $34 trillion we borrowed already, we won't need to keep borrowing it and Treasury dollar bills will slowly replace Federal Reserve notes as the national unit of account. Let's see. We talk about Treasury dollar bills. What are they defined as? Digital Treasury dollar bills. Treasury dollar bill specifically is a zero interest Treasury bill with no expiration date, valued at precisely one Federal Reserve note. So they are specifically tied to the value of a Federal Reserve note. That is how they are denominated in those dollars. So $4.5 trillion of them per year issued to American citizens directly. So this is how we're starting up this new parallel public payment infrastructure economy that is independent on banks to move money around the country, and instead lets the U.S. Treasury serve the public and serve the public good that way. The only other exception to Policy 70, limit the creation of dollar bills to UBI payments. We're going to talk about at the end of this title through a voluntary value sharing program. It's the only other way that under the Trump-Biden peace plan that new Treasury dollars could come into existence. So always done in a way that they are introduced to everyone at the same time, trickle-up economy. All right. Policy 71, unconditional basic income. Again, this isn't money for nothing. This is money to be a better American. And the benefits of unconditional basic income are quite profound, I guess I want to say. And I'm just going to scroll through. I'm not going to read all of the findings and purpose, but it takes about 4 pages in here. The benefits of unconditional basic income. That basically we have the resources to make sure that none of our citizens are living in poverty, and unconditional basic income will do that. This is an old idea. It's been around for a long time from across the political spectrum. Milton Friedman, Hayek, many people have advocated for it. And by addressing wealth inequality, all of society is improved by it. Wealth inequality drives other problems in society. It benefits our health. Poverty drives an awful lot of healthcare usage. An experiment in Milwaukee, not experiment, but an examination of healthcare usage rates in Milwaukee, and the people in the poverty corridor in those zip codes had a 35% higher usage rates of healthcare. And so He wrote, most of this was new to high rates of admission for chronic illnesses. And he estimated that poverty drove about 30% of, 35% of 35% of healthcare usage was a result of poverty. So we're increasing the supply of doctors, we're going to reduce the demand for them as well. Kids are the biggest beneficiaries for many reasons. Right now, we're paying for the cohort of children. I say right now, but actually it's 2018 as the study was done. For the cohort of children born into poverty each year, the lifetime costs were over $1 trillion. That's part of that's due to crime, incarceration, reduced lifetimes earnings. Again, we talk about liberty and justice for all, but the authors concluded that children being raised in poverty do not have the same chances for success as children who are raised in middle or upper income families, contradicting that belief in liberty and justice for all. We've seen how this works and benefits children through basic income pilot programs. Kids who are more likely to find a full-time job, behavioral disorder symptoms are reduced. Parents get along better when they're not under economic stress. Alaska has a UBI, an oil dividend, that goes to all their citizens. And again, kids thrive much better when they're more economically secure. The other costs of poverty, that mental stress that eats up our bandwidth. It's been found to lower IQ by much as 13 points, increases the number of errors factory worker makes. Poverty, again, is a driver of crime. Alaska has discovered that when they issue their annual oil dividend checks, property crimes drop by 8% in the 2 weeks afterwards. And again, as we talked about in the Established Justice Title I, poverty impacts the criminal justice system. Again, we talked about self-service convictions, cash bail, all these kinds of things. And one study from Villanova concluded mass incarceration increased the U.S. poverty rate by an estimated 20%. What else? Again, they're unconditional. No one can be fired, but they do include from your American Union job, but they do include job duties. They are the reminder to be a better American. Do the 5 things in the preamble, however you see fit. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Improve the quality of life for yourself and those around you. Even if you don't do anything except, sit on your couch and watch Netflix all day and order DoorDash, whatever, just by spending your UBI payments, you're contributing to the economy. You're promoting the general welfare, the prosperity. And again, this trickle up economy, adding the money at the bottom, money circulates, money gets multiplied, spent multiple times as it works its way up the economic ladder. So these are some of the benefits of unconditional basic income. Our currents are like what we have now, where we have about 1 in 3 Americans living in or near poverty, 130 million Americans. Our safety net is full of holes. We have 12 million children living in poverty. And we've got this welfare system bureaucracy that invades people's privacy. It wastes their time, setting up all these hoops for people to jump through, with the real goal of discouraging enough people from jumping through the hoops to get benefits to keep their costs down. and we pay all the prices of poverty as a society secondhand. We're doing it backwards. Unconditional basic income, as we're going to talk about in a minute, the disincentives for work that come along with some of the current welfare programs. UBI doesn't have a disincentive because it's a floor. Anything that you earn on top of that is yours, but there's no threat that you could be worse off financially by accepting employment. And because it's universal, there's no stigma any more than there is for driving on a public road or going to a public library or going to a public school. It's a common good. And again, because it's universal and unconditional, there's no temptation for fraud to hedge and say, well, I live here, or I didn't really make that much last year, or anything like that. It's just based simply on citizenship. And these are important because the American Union model is about bringing people together to cooperate, to work together, to solve our problems, to address our societal issues together. And when you have conditional programs, you run the risk of dividing people. You divide people into the haves, the have-nots, the payers, the payees. With unconditional basic income, you draw a circle around everyone. Say absolutely everyone is included. And so you get rid of that. You get rid of that division. You reduce it as a mechanism for division, and you simplify your bureaucracy an incredible amount, which we're going to talk about in just a second. So, all right, I could talk about UBI for a long time because establishing a safety floor under every American will promote the general welfare in a way that Congress, man, we've known about this for decades and decades and decades. Richard Nixon nearly passed a unconditional basic income program in the 70s. It passed the House and the Senate killed it, in part because Senate Democrats didn't want to give Nixon a big win in an election year. On that polarization, I don't know. But even go back almost 100 years, 1935, Huey Long was going to run for president against FDR and attack him from the left with an unconditional basic income program. And Roosevelt had some polling that showed he was in trouble. And then Howie Long got assassinated, so it didn't matter. But we've known for a long time that economic security makes a huge difference in the quality of people's lives and in society. So that's what the American Union Jobs Program will establish. All right, moving on, keeping going here. Policy 72, replace the child tax credit with $5,600 UBI for child citizens. Children are apprentice citizens. They're learning. So they get 1/3 the wages of a full American Union job. The exception is if they're an emancipated minor, then they're in at the adult wage. Again, children would get the Section 433B1 accounts as citizens, but just like the child tax credit, those payments don't go to them directly. This child tax credit, Congress expanded the child tax credit a few years ago and cut our child poverty rate to record lows, and then they let it expire. Congress willfully pushed 5 million American children down into poverty. Do you expect the kids to go out and get jobs and to pick themselves up by their bootstraps? We push these kids down into poverty, and the American Union, the Trump-Biden peace plan, can lift them back up. That's what we can accomplish. So, in general, the paying for the American Union Jobs Program comes from the value-added tax we're going to talk about in a minute, and some pollution fees. Not so much by the spending cuts. There will be spending cuts because, again, unconditional basic income was going to reduce the demand for government because people can solve their own problems when we make sure that they have the resources to do so. But so anyways, this one though, policy 72, replacing the child tax credit is a very direct spending cut. Right now, or in 2023, according to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the child tax credit cost $120 billion. So we're that's $120 billion that we'll save by swapping out the child tax credit with UBI. All right, policy number 73, split children's payments between parents unless altered by agreement or court order. Yeah, parents can agree to something different, but by default, you're going to divide a child's payments between their parents. If you want to make it divide them unequally, you can do that too, as long as both parents agree. Push it all to the mom, all to the dad, or whoever. If the parents agree that they wanted to direct some to the children's account, they can do that too. It's up to them, but the default is equal division, unless there is a court order. If there's custody issues, court's involved, and one of the parents wants to divide it up pursuant to the court order, then divide up the amounts of residential responsibility the court order gives per year and apply those percentages. All right. One other exception here is an exception for unborn children. A mother can collect the full child's payment for her unborn child on the condition of not seeking an elective abortion. Again, we talked about addressing abortion as reducing the demand for it to bring down the needless deaths by addressing poverty that drives so many women to seek abortions. And so one of the other ways that we can encourage women to choose life is by allowing them to collect in advance of the baby's birth. When society asserts this a duty to protect the life of an unborn child, it also means committing resources to making that happen. So yeah. So pregnant woman can collect a UBI on behalf of her unborn child. Once the child's born, payments will be divided equally between the parents. All right. Cost of living adjustments. Yeah. So again, $16,800 is our starting point to start every American above the poverty line. But the poverty line changes each year. So UBI will be indexed toward it. We're going to keep people out of poverty. And whatever the 12-month inflation is in August 2025, you multiply the inflation rate by 16,800, and that's how you get what the UBI would be in 2026. I should say, actually, there's a safe harbor. If for whatever reason the 2025 poverty line was over 16,800, then you'd use that number instead. And the UBI payments will always be rounded up in multiples of 60. So it works out to an even $5 per month increment. All right, policy 75, have the Social Security Administration oversee the UBI program. Administrative costs of Social Security are incredibly low. For the last 25 years, they've been 1% or less of their spending goes to administration. And now it's down to 0.5%. So Social Security is very efficient at what they do. We're going to actually, so we don't need a new bureaucracy. We don't need a new department. We're going to lean on that institutional knowledge and experience that we've already accumulated. And we're going to reduce some of their administrative stuff in policy 77. All right, policy 76, don't consider UBI substantial gainful activity for the purposes of Social Security disability. To be eligible for disability, you can't be able to engage in substantial gainful activity. And for most individuals, that the definition of substantial is $15,500. I'm sorry, $1,550 a month. So if you earn more than that, then you can lose your benefit. And so this means testing traps people in poverty. It creates this perverse incentive to not seek employment, because if you get kicked off the program and then you lose your job, then you're left with nothing. And so it's a huge risk for, it's a big risk for maybe not so much of a reward. And so the Trump Biden peace plan doesn't change this policy for Social Security disability, but by exempting your American Union job from the definition of substantial gainful activity, doesn't create a disincentive. UBI in general, again, does not create a disincentive to work, because anything you earn on top of it is always better. There's no taking benefits away if you start to do well. We want people to do well. We don't want to penalize them. All right, number 77, increase the resource limit for individuals on Social Security, supplemental security income to the annual UBI amount. All right. We talked about existing welfare programs can trap people in poverty. And this is very much the case with supplemental security income. Now, this is a program for low income, elderly, and disabled people, but it's not just low income. It has a strict asset limit for eligibility. Now, when this program was passed, it was more than 50 years ago, and the asset limit was $1,500 for one person. Guess what it's up to now, 50 years later? It's up to $2,000. $2,000 in assets is all you are allowed to have. This cap was last increased in 1989. And Congress, once again, has dropped the ball and not kept up with maintaining this. And as a result, they're trapped people in poverty to prevent them from having any sort of cushion for any sort of financial anything. And because if they do go over the asset caps, they get kicked off the program. And they can get kicked off the program retroactively, in which case they're expected to repay whatever benefits they have received after they were retroactively kicked off the program. It's capricious, and it's a huge waste of resources for Social Security to try and micromanage people's assets on these tiny, tiny amounts, of making sure that you don't have anything of worth any value, just so that you can theoretically be given just enough to keep you out of poverty. So we're going to increase the asset cap from that $2,000 to whatever the UBI amount is. So again, $16,800 to start, and it will go up indexed to inflation. So this won't be a problem in the future, because it'll go up with inflation. We do actually have polling numbers on this. 74% support for increasing the asset limits on supplemental security income. That's what Section 444 of the Trump Biden peace plan does. All right. Section 78 is, Policy 78. Allow banks to link to Treasury accounts so UBI comes through as direct deposit. If you like your bank, you can keep it. You don't have to use the Treasury account for free. You can keep using your credit union and your private for-profit bank. But section, I don't remember what section number it is, member banks of the member banks in the Federal Reserve System can open and maintain pass-through accounts for any person. And so again, it's like direct deposit. so that they would just pull the Treasury dollar bills out of your Treasury account. Now, the unit of account for a pass-through account would be Federal Reserve notes. So they would be trading out they would be exchanging the Treasury dollar bills for Federal Reserve notes, which you could then you withdraw, spend, however, whatever you do with money in your bank account. And yeah, so just that's it. You can keep your bank if you like it. Reverse transfers are not prohibited if they have pooled enough Treasury dollar bills to have some reserves. Banks can flip it around and let you transfer back into your Treasury account if you want, if they want. It's not prohibited. It doesn't have to be a one-way thing. But the defining feature is it'd be like direct deposit. All right, moving on. Policy 79 authorized the U.S. Postal Service to offer basic banking services. Fun fact, like 93% of the world's post offices offer basic banking services. The United States is the only major exception. And we used to. It was all the way back in 1871 that that it was proposed to have the post office offer banking services. But not surprisingly, the bankers made the usual objections. It would be socialism. Well, according to an August 2014 article in Slate, almost 100 bills were proposed and defeated over the next 40 years until it finally became law in 1911. And it was a huge success. People stuck $32 million in the first 2 years into postal banks because they trusted the post office in a way that they did not trust banks. They knew banks could fail, could disappear, all your money could be gone, but they trusted the post office. And then in the New Deal, we've got federal deposit insurance, and so banks were less risky, and Congress capped the interest rates on savings accounts at the post office. So people started shifting their money elsewhere, and by the 1960s, they decided to shut postal banking down and said, "Oh, banks are doing such a great job. They're so awesome. We don't need this postal banking." Well, people are much less enamored with banks than they were in the 60s. So Section 435 of the Trump-Biden peace plan will restore postal banking, adding it to their list of duties. I'm going to offer savings and checking accounts, let them make small dollar loans of up to $600 or $1,200 a year. So again, go after the payday loan industry and offer people a public option as opposed to the predatory option that currently exists. Once again, this is a popular provision. Got 74% support for having the post office offer basic banking services. All right, policy number 80. Claw back UBI with a 12% subtraction method value-added tax, a VAT. Yeah, so this is how UBI addresses wealth inequality with a consumption tax, a value-added tax. This is a business tax that is expected to be passed along to the consumer. So will the VAT increase prices? Yes, you should expect a one-time bump of 12%, and then after that, it'll be baked in. Japan saw this exact same thing when about 10 years ago, they bumped their value-added tax up by 3%. And it went up for a year and then went right back down to their inflation bumped up for 1 year and then went right back down. It was not a contributor to long-term price increases. Value-added tax. What is value? It's the difference between the raw inputs and the output. That's what is being taxed. Now, in most cases, that's almost entirely human labor that creates the value. So what happens when automation or when AI creates the value? Because traditionally, when a human creates the value, it's because you're paying them. And so then the income tax would normally be how you would tax that, how it would be taxed. But when it's, a piece of software, then it stays as corporate profit, even if the same work is being done. So as more and more people are concerned about, so what this does by having a subtraction method value added tax, say business tax, is it removes or reduces, I should say, reduces the financial incentive, the tax incentives of replacing human workers with AI. Is that there's no there's no or I should say there's less financial incentive to do that. That's the same value either way would be subject to the value added tax. So let's see. So I'm going to skim through the value added tax. It is a pretty hefty chunk of the Trump Biden peace plan. I'm just going to go through it really quick. If you look, there's 2 years ago, I did, I'll say it was like an hour and a half discussion, presentation, public hearing on the value added tax. So really got into the depth, the details. Because again, the Trump Biden peace plan isn't, these policy proposals aren't just sort of nebulous sound bites, nebulous ideas. This is an actual legislative package that will do very specific things. And so so when we say give people UBI and tax it back with a value added tax, there's a very specific proposal for doing that. And so we're going to add a new chapter to the Internal Revenue Code for the value added tax. And again, basically the question is, what was the cost of the physical inputs into your production process of a business, and then how much did you sell the product for? And whatever that difference is, that's how much value your business has added. You would pay 12% of that. So it's the tax on business activity, by a business entity, and on the gross profits. The VAT doesn't apply to nonprofits. They would still pay when they buy goods and services, because the businesses that they're buying from, are paying the value added tax. So they're going to still pay that, the consumption tax. It can apply to things like colleges and universities if they have vendors, gift shops, things like that. When they're doing business activities, it could apply to them, but in general, not nonprofits. All right. So let's define a couple of these things. I don't want people's eyes to glaze over too much. So business activity includes sale of property, services, leasing, development of property or services. Does not include performance of services by an employer, by an employee for an employer that is a business entity with respect to the activity for which the employee is engaged, or the casual occasional sales of property other than as a business activity. So, and there's a safe harbor too here in the business entity. So basically, selling cars is could be a business activity. But if you sell your car, then that's the casual or occasional sale of property as an individual. And the other safe harbor is an entity whose taxable receipts are less than 3 times the basic wage. So 16,800 is 50,600. 50,000, so about $50,000. If your taxable receipts are under $50,000, then you're exempt from this requirement. So, you're a teenager with a lawn care business, or babysitting or lemonade stand or whatever, you don't have to worry about your business entity paying the value added tax. But that safe harbor goes up to 3 times the basic wage of UBI. All right. So business activity by a business entity. We just covered those two. And then gross profits. Gross profits means for a taxable year, the amount by which the taxable receipts exceed the deductible amounts. Taxable receipts, what's taxed? All receipts from the sale of property or services performed. It excludes, we'll talk about excluding exports. And then what are the receipts? I'm sorry, what are the deductible amounts? Cost of business purchases. Business purchases include things like buying supplies, inventory, purchases of services from a business entity, imports of property, amounts paid to winners if you're doing a gambling thing. All right, business purchases do not include compensation expenses for an individual. Again, you're being charged on the value that you're creating from your inputs minus your no, so it doesn't include compensation expenses for employees. Purchase or rent of real property or capital equipment, political contributions, or advertising. So advertising would not be a business write-off. Advertising has imposes its own set of external costs on our society, and would not be a business write-off under this value-added tax. Yeah. So again, the value-added tax is the main clawback for unconditional basic income. If you can, again, figure 12%. So basically, as an individual, if you'd have to spend $10,000 a month in order to pay back your UBI in increased taxes. So the less you spend, the more of your UBI you keep. When you spend up to about $10,000 a month, then you're going to pay back your $1,400 in UBI in taxes. And then if you're spending more than $10,000 a month, then you'll be paying more and higher taxes than your UBI will benefit you. So unlike an income tax where people can hide their income or things like that, a consumption tax, if you want to pretend you don't have any income by like borrowing against your increases in your stock and things like these other tricks that the wealthy sometimes use, then you wouldn't be taxed on the income if you can hide your income. But it's the spending. If you're going to live a lavish lifestyle, then you are going to pay the value added tax. And this is not anti-prosperity, it's anti-poverty. But when people have the resources to live lavish lifestyle, and for family of four, they're going to have to spend $250,000 a year or more before they pay back their unconditional basic income. So the further under you are under that $250,000 a year, the more your family comes out financially benefits from UBI. But this is sort of a paying this value added tax as a clawback funding mechanism for UBI helps us pay it forward. The more successful we are, the more that we contribute to making sure other people have resources to thrive, because all of our successes, everything that we do is built on the accomplishment of others, right? We're right now, we're talking over the internet. You're watching a streaming video on a computer or on your phone. You're understanding what English is. Like, none of us invented these things. These are all things that previous generations built and people built on and stacked up to give us this dividend from of technology from our ancestors. And so we've all benefited from this. And as we continue to build things and be prosperous today, the value added tax will help us pay it forward, reinvest in ourselves. All right, policy 81, establish a 12% tax on imports to match the domestic value added tax. That's yeah, so this is sort of leveling the playing field. So if there's not that same incentive to, so it doesn't create a financial incentive to buy foreign products from companies that aren't paying the domestic value added tax. Let's take a look here. This is subchapter D. So with the import tax, there is, import tax. There is an exemption for personal consumption. So if you're bringing something for yourself, you don't have to pay the import tax on it. It's 12% on the customs value of all property. There's some exemptions. Doesn't apply to gas, petroleum products, commodities, or products. And the president can, by executive order, determine if they're in short supply and vital to the national security. He can waive this import tax. So that's physical things. Services, though, if you're trying to hire a freelancer in another country, or employ people in another country, if you're trying to get services from another country, then you would be liable for paying the import tax. All right. Okay. 82, exempt exports from value added tax. So anything that you're exporting, you'll be able to subtract that from your taxable receipts. The one exemption to this exemption is military weapons. We're, as part of the ending the endless wars, put a little financial disincentive to buy weapons. Yeah, so that's policy 82. All right, number 83, 84, 85. This is the voluntary value sharing program. What this is this allows companies, business entities to pay a higher than 12% value added tax. Why would company want to pay extra tax? And the answer will probably, for the most part, be for public relations. That might be as an apology for something they did, some sort of behavior, some sort of harm that they've done, and then contributing to the voluntary value sharing program can help address that. Could be a way of windfall profits. You suddenly make an unexpected huge amount of money that you could contribute some of it to the voluntary value sharing program. The voluntary value sharing is voluntary. They can, but the corporations can declare that they will they're going to do this, and they can declare it in 3 different ways. A new percentage, say, all right, we're going to kick in 13% this year instead of 12%. They can do it as a total dollar amount that will exceed. You can say, all right, we're going to contribute, normally we would contribute, $750,000 in voluntary value sharing. This year, we're just going to do $1 million, and we're just, you can just declare how much you're going to pay in excess of, as long as that number is more than what you would otherwise owe. And then the third option is to any dollar amount in excess. We're going to pay an extra $1 million in VAT this year. So those are the different ways. So we talked about some of the reasons companies may want to do this for public relations. And one of the ways that those public relations will come about is through the recognition of business entities. The secretary is going to make an annual report on October 15th, 2020, October 15th each year. So 2 weeks after the fiscal year ends. You're going to report these sums, have a publicly searchable database of entities, and then publicize a ranked list of the 200 business entities with the highest voluntary value sharing for the previous years in 3 categories. Small businesses with gross profits under 1 million, gross profits between 1 million and 100 million, and greater than or equal to 100 million. And then the fourth category is just total amount. So if less than 200 business entities participate in one of these categories, the secretary should fill out the ranked list with the business entities reporting the highest gross profits and signify that the amount contributed to voluntary value sharing was 0. So I don't know how many companies you think there are that have gross profits of greater than $100 million a year. But if less than 200 of them were to voluntarily contribute, so I guess we'll try that a different way. So ideally, you want to see companies competing to appear on this list, published July 4th each year. Who's going to be top on the list? Who's going to be number one? And that's so public pressure, opportunity to compete and giving something back, in sharing some of the value that you've made in profits that year. But if not enough companies are volunteering, then there's a little bit of maybe shaming in filling in Google's name on this list of companies with greater than $100 million in profits and a big 0 next to their name for ranking them as whatever for 0 voluntary value sharing. So what is this a mechanism for? Again, this is a mechanism that companies can do more than just pay lip service to say, oh, we're sorry, public apology, anything, whatever that they feel like they need to make amends for. This is a framework for allowing them to make amends in a financial and public way that benefits everyone. And the way it benefits everyone is in our next 2 policies. Policy 84, use voluntary value sharing fund sums to pay down the national debt. We've got this program in the United States Code where people can give gifts to pay down the national debt. And so anything that's contributed through the voluntary value sharing program would be used directly to pay down the national debt. That being said, even though we don't need to borrow that money anymore, we do still want it circulating in the economy. And so however much money is paid down would also be reissued as Treasury Dollar Bills as a year-end bonus to all citizens. So this would be a 85, could be considered like a Christmas bonus that everyone would get. And so once again, here's the motivation for corporations to voluntarily contribute through this voluntary value sharing program is they're competing to help Americans get the biggest Christmas bonus that they can. So positive incentive for them to do something good by the American people. It's worth pointing out that this year-end bonus to all citizens is all citizens. It's not, when it comes to the American Union Jobs Program and UBI, you've got your adult wage and then your apprentice kids wage at 1/3. The voluntary value sharing is everybody's the same. Every man, woman, child, every citizen gets directly in their account the same equal amount. So we talked about how kids, if the child is a citizen, the parents aren't. The parents will get B2 accounts, and they would receive the money on behalf of their child. In this scenario, the year-end bonus will go to all citizens, so it will go to the child's account, not the parents who hold B2 accounts. So, all right, okay, that's 85. We are. Let's see if I can finish this last up in an hour and a half. Title 5, Securing the Blessings of Liberty to Ourselves and Our Posterity. Yes, our posterity, our children. We have a responsibility to make sure that the United States is functional, that our planet is not a polluted cesspool. We've got a responsibility to our children, our posterity. And I guess I want to point out too here that of these 5 duties, which one comes last? In order, we got establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common sense, promote the general welfare. Last, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves. We take care of the others first and society as a whole. 5th, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves today in the present day and to the future, our posterity. So we've got policies 86 through 101 here. Are the ways that we do this. How do we stabilize government? How do we secure the blessings of liberty? We do that by voting. And so policy 86 will establish universal suffrage in all federal elections. Where do we have this idea that incarcerated people that or formerly incarcerated people shouldn't be able to participate in democracy? There's an article in a Newsweek article from April 2019 that says at least 16 democratic countries allow felons to vote even while they're in prison. These are radical countries like Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Latvia, Lithuania, Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, South Africa, Sweden, Switzerland, and Ukraine. And there are 2 states in the United States, Maine and Vermont, that also allow the incarcerated people to vote. Again, taking away people's voting privileges discourages them from participation in the civic process. One of the rallying cries for the American Revolution was taxation without representation, and formerly incarcerated people, still have to pay taxes, and it's just fair to let them have some say in how those taxes are spent. So, this section, this is probably section 50511. 503. Universal suffrage. All adult citizens eligible to vote. Again, the need for this is, there's been a number of stories in recent years about formerly incarcerated Americans being charged with new felonies for attempting to vote. There was a woman in Texas named Crystal Mason, and she served 3 years for tax fraud. And a year after her release, she cast a provisional ballot in November 2016 although she says nobody told her she couldn't vote because she was out of jail, she got arrested and sentenced to 5 more years in prison. Good news is, after appealing the decision for 6 more years, it finally was overturned a couple months ago. Yeah, but it's that, yeah, universal suffrage. Back in, we were sort of radical and revolutionary in the 17th century when we allowed white property owning men to vote and have some say in their representatives. And then in the 19th century, then we allowed black men to vote and have some say in their representation. And then in the 20th century, we let women vote. And now it's the 21st century, and let's just let everybody vote. I am inspired by a tweet specifically from Lauren Boebert back in January 9th, 2022. One citizen, one vote, end of story. Yes, that is what those sections do. That's policy 86. All right, policy 87, clarification of the Real ID Act. This is a Real ID Act was passed back in 2005, set national standards for state driver's licenses, and raised a lot of privacy concerns. That's one of the reasons that I ran for state representative back then. It's because New Hampshire had a lot of privacy protections that people were going to have to give up. And the way that it became law was a committee conference met, and they tucked in this little bit into a emergency supplemental appropriations act for defense, the global war on terror, and tsunami relief. And like, how could you vote against defense, the global war on terror, and tsunami relief? You couldn't. And so that's how it passed. And the main threat here is that, and if you've flown in the last 15 years, the threat is that non-real IDs won't be accepted for identification purposes when boarding a commercial aircraft. Now, this was supposed to go in effect in 2008, and then they postponed it to 2009, then 2011, then 2014, 2015, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2023, and now 2025. And for nearly 2 decades, been saying real ID's coming, trying to make people afraid that they will lose the freedom to travel. Well, Section 505 of the Trump-Biden peace plan clarifies very simply, unless Congress has passed a law requiring people to show ID, then you can't do it by rule. And there is no law requiring people to show ID. And so that's how we would protect the freedom to travel on commercial aircraft. All right, policy 88, and stabilizing government systems going to protect Social Security. Right now, they say it's supposed to start about 10 years. It's supposed to start running a deficit where the total money collected for Social Security will have been reached, and they would have to cut benefits they would cut benefits in order to keep going. And so the way that we can shore this up is by lifting the cap where people stop paying in to Social Security. Again, this is another popular provision, 66% support for raising payroll taxes on high income earners. Right now, people only contribute to Social Security for their first $168,600. And we would raise that cap to 25 times the UBI amount. And so 16,800, that works out to $420,000 this year. So yeah. And so we'll be able to stabilize Social Security and ensure its that the income, the revenues and expenditures are better balanced. All right, policy 89. If Congress fails to pass a budget, continuing resolutions would be automatic. You know, this practice of shutting the government down, it's a uniquely American idea. Other countries do not do it because it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Congress hasn't fired anyone. Congress hasn't eliminated their jobs. So why would they stop performing their jobs? We don't stop paying taxes when the government fails to pay the budget. Why would we stop expecting government services? These showdowns have happened 10 times. They don't, again, this doesn't happen anywhere else around the world. They use common sense. We can too. So section 521 would make automatic continuing resolutions. 521 would make automatic continuing resolutions if Congress fails to pass a budget. So no more government shutdowns. However, maybe you're wondering, well, then why would Congress ever do anything anymore? Because they could just pass a blank check like we did with the 2001 authorization for military force and then never followed up. Couldn't Congress just set one budget and then just let it be automatic forever? Well, in theory, yes. So after we make the automatic continuing resolutions in section 521, section 522 gives Congress some incentive to actually do their jobs. So first is no official travel, no paid official travel while continuing resolutions are in place. And campaign funds could not be used for travel either. They would be restricted. So if Washington has not passed a budget, then they can stay in Washington until they do, or they can pay for their own travel out of their own pockets and not from campaign funds or on or as official travel. Okay, so what about when they're in session? Congress would be restricted from procedures in the House and Senate, would be restricted from bringing up other things besides the budget. If you haven't passed a budget, get it done. And I just want to say, in my lifetime, I can count on one hand. I don't remember. I think it were three. I think three times. I can count on one hand the number of times that Congress has passed its full budget on time. Now, this isn't a surprise. It isn't like, oh, there's a budget due. Like we had no idea. No, this happens every single year, and Congress willfully fails to act and get it done on time repeatedly. So this provision will incentivize them to do the right thing by restricting their traveling when they don't do their job, and by requiring them to take up, restricting what they could take up and discuss and debate and do, limiting it essentially to the budget, to an Appropriations Act. So no working on other stuff. Stay in Washington, stay focused on doing your job. I mean, this is a very clear constitutional responsibility. Congress shall pass the budget. There's really no excuse for them to be late year after year after year after year. So we're going to help them. We're going to help them be better by changing the rules of the game with those sections. And this will be effective September 30th, 2025. So for the 2026 fiscal year. And again, the fiscal year starts on October 1st. So let's think about how this works in election year. So in 2026, October 1st, I'll bet you people are going to want to be out campaigning, but they won't be able to use their campaign funds for travel. They would kind of be stuck in one spot. Not necessarily stuck in one spot, but it would hinder their movements in the last critical weeks before the election. So this would be a good incentive for them to get their jobs done and pass the budget on time for a change. All right. Policy number 90, end showdowns over the debt ceiling by abolishing it. You know, we have these big showdowns in Washington, D.C. That about the passing a budget. And we've got to pass a budget right now, otherwise government will shut down. And so they work stuff out. But the other big showdown revolves around the debt ceiling. And just like shutting down the government, this is something that only the United States does. Other countries don't do this. We made this up during World War I. Rather than authorizing specific amounts of bonds to be sold by the Treasury, Congress said, all right, here's a cap, here's how much you can sell. And then we've increased that cap about 80 times over the last 100 years. But again, other countries don't do this. Denmark does have a debt ceiling cap, but it's not a serious one. It's just a theoretical one. It's like if our debt ceiling was $200 trillion. I mean, it technically would be there, but it would not be a thing of concern. So we can be like other countries and abolish the debt ceiling. And that is what this section does. Which section is it? Anyways, abolish the debt ceiling. And I should say too, that the next showdown over the debt ceiling is coming up in January of 2025. So immediately after the election, because the last time that they fixed the problem with the debt ceiling, they just suspended it and said, the Treasury can borrow as much money as it wants until January 1st, 2025. Well, what happens then? So the Treasury will probably borrow ahead until that time, and then they'll have to stop. And so we're going to immediately start off the new year in a crisis with what are we going to do about the debt ceiling? And it is absolutely unnecessary. The Trump-Biden peace plan will fix this, so we don't have to deal with these made-up crises anymore. We have enough real problems to deal with. We don't have to make up new ones. All right. Policy number 91. Address the Loper Bright decision and restore Chevron deference. Sorry, deference. Chevron deference. Did I talk about with bump stocks how these are bump stocks and Chevron deference, and the next one, the corner post decision? These are new issues. The American Union model is based on Gandhian nonviolence, the Gandhian Satyagraha campaign. And in a Satyagraha campaign, you have to announce your demands up front. You can't just keep making stuff up as you go along. But there is an exception when new injustices arise. And so in the case of the bump stock, Chevron deference, and the corner post decision that we're going to talk about in a second, these are three things where a new decision that disrupted the status quo was handed down. And in these three cases, policies to adjust them were added to the Trump-Biden peace plan. So in this one, at the end of June, the Supreme Court overturned what was settled for 40 years, what's called the Chevron deference. And this was the 1984 decision that said if the law Congress wrote was vague or otherwise ambiguous, but the agency that enforced it, they did it in a responsible way and a reasonable way, then courts should defer to the regulatory agency. But Congress the Supreme Court overturned that, and so that courts don't automatically defer to the agency's expertise, because expertise is important, right? Why would Congress write a law that was vague? Because they recognize they don't have the specific expertise in every single subject matter to fill in all the details on all the possible things that need to be done in the country. So, we've done it in a number of sections in the Trump-Biden peace plan by giving rulemaking authority to the agencies. And there's nothing inherently wrong with wanting Congress to be more precise. But again, as a practical matter, the people on Capitol Hill with the most expertise aren't lawmakers, but lobbyists. And so if you require everything to be very detailed, it's lobbyists who are going to fill in those details for the politicians for the benefit of their clients. That's how it works. So Section 514 adds one sentence to the directions to courts, and it says that if a statute is silent or ambiguous on the proper construction of a particular term, and the agencies follow the procedures and follow the corresponding procedural provisions, and as applicable, then the reviewing court shall defer to the agent's reasonable or permissible interpretation of the statute. Okay. If they're not, so that would restore. Again, what the Supreme Court has repeatedly done is say, look, Congress hasn't acted, Congress hasn't explicitly set this policy. And, that is not necessarily, it's not an inherently unreasonable position to say it's Congress's job to set policy, because it really is. But we can help fix that with the Trump-Biden peace plan and clarify these matters of policy. All right. Next policy. We're in the home stretch here now. Number 92, address the corner post decision to clarify the statute of limitations, the default statute of limitations. Should say default. So the deal is that if you are going to bring a civil suit over agency rules, things like that, that you've got 6 years. And this was a Supreme Court decision that came out July 1st. It was over an agency rule about debit card fees. It was made back in 2011. And again, Congress has a statute of limitations. It says if you're going to bring a civil action, you got 6 years to do it. So Section 515 clarifies this by changing this one phrase, because the Supreme Court said is this existing phrase, the right of action first accrues. And they said, well, you know what that means is that if you have a new entity, in this case, the Corner Post General Store, that was formed in, I want to say, 2019. Well, now they have a right of action because they're now harmed by this rule that you made 8 years ago. Except if the rule already existed before you were born, then how can you say it harmed you because you were never unharmed? It was always there. I don't quite follow that. But anyways, so they tortured this phrasing to say that first accrues means anytime. And so it got rid of the statute of limitations. And why do we want to have a statute of limitations? Why do we want to say things are settled at a certain point? And one of the reasons, answers again, is institutional knowledge, right? When you ask the question, why was this rule written a certain way? Well, the people who wrote it are the best ones to answer. And when it's fresh, then that question is, you can usually get the answer, the data that you want. But as the years pass, people who know may not be around anymore. And so if you now, the Supreme Court decision says, all right, well, you can go back and you can challenge this rule from 20 years ago. Well, you're disrupting things and unsettling things, whereas a statute of limitations, as Congress intended and has been understood forever under the statute to be 6 years, brings a finality to it. That's the point. So change that one phrase, instead of right of first action first accrues, because their whole majority decision hinged on this word accrues. We're going to change it to the last culpable act or omission of the defendant. So you got 6 years after the defendant did something to sue over it. After that, it's a done deal and it's settled. All right. Next section. All right. So again, the 3 planks of the Trump-Biden peace plan are to end poverty, end mass incarceration, and the endless wars. But immigration is also a system that is in need of reform. Again, we like to say that those 3 planks address Dr. King's triple evils of poverty, racism, and militarism. And the immigration system is very much a product of racism. So, it is definitely sort of tangential to addressing King's triple evils. But so we've got policies 1993, 94, 95, 96, 97. going to do a little immigration work. The immigration system, the asylum system needs a big overhaul, but that's not within the scope of the 2024 legislative package. But by staking out some improvements, we're going to kind of put Congress on notice. Look, you got 2 years to get this done. And if you don't, the American Union can come back in 2026 with another set of solutions, with an overhaul, the way that we're doing to our criminal justice system and our economic system and the military industrial complex with this one. All right. Policy 93, create a path to citizenship for children, people who are brought here illegally as children. This is the Dreamers. This is the DACA program, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. And President Obama did this in 2012 by executive action because, wait for it, Congress was failing to act. So Donald Trump, when he became president, he gave notice he was going to sunset this program in 6 months. He tweeted, "Congress, get ready to do your job." And they didn't. This was, again, this is a popular program. Like, I got 74% approval, but I feel like I've heard other times it was higher. It's higher than that. This is a popular program to say that children who have been brought here, again, kids who have been brought here followed their parents. They're not like co-conspirators in a criminal act. They're kids. And so to penalize them, in some cases, send them back to a country maybe that they've never been to, or maybe not never been to, but don't remember, and kick them out of our country seems cruel and capricious. So we're gonna help Congress get this done. So we've got the DACA Act, the Dream Act, in Section 531, and it would apply to people who have been here at least 4 years, who arrived here under age 18, and they would get a conditional deferment from being deported. And those conditions are no felony conviction, or can't have 3 smaller offenses that led to 90 plus days in jail. Okay, so you got to be on your good behavior. Get your high school diploma or be enrolled in school. If you're a man, you're 18, you have to have registered with Selective Service. You got to pass a background check. And to get permanent status, move away from this, the conditional deferment, you've got to work for 3 years, unless you have a disability or some other hardship or whatever. But that's the general thing. Remember, the American Union Jobs Program is for citizens, does not apply to non-citizens. So they're not getting UBI. They need to work for 3 years, and then they could have a path to legal status. Now, look, these are the people we should want as citizens, right? It's someone who grew up here, went to school here, someone who stayed out of trouble, who's worked for years. Why would we want to kick them out? Again, 74% approval rating for the DACA program. We're going to help Congress get it done by including it in the Trump-Biden peace plan. One of the reasons I've heard why this hasn't passed yet is because it is too popular, and that the parties are like trying to save this as a bargaining chip for bigger reforms. And so they don't want to pass it and give it away for free. They want to lump it in with other stuff. Well, the American Union can play that game too, with these dozens and dozens of popular policies lumped together in the Trump-Biden peace plan. All right, moving on. Restore the state option to determine residency for higher education benefits. Yeah, so back in the Get Tough on Everything 1990s, there was a Legal Immigration Reform Act, and one of the policies in it said states couldn't offer in-state tuition to non-citizens. Section 532 of the Trump-Biden peace plan repeals that and restores the state option. Policy 95, update access to the registry program for immigrants here more than 10 years. So again, Congress needs to overhaul this whole immigration asylum system. They have for decades, but here's what we're going to do right now. So back in 1929, Congress passed a path to citizenship for people who had continuously resided in the country since 1921. They also had to demonstrate a good moral character, couldn't be subject to deportation under U.S. immigration laws, and even if there was no record of their lawful admission, they could still get on a path to citizenship. This is essentially a statute of limitations, right? Congress said, well, if you stuck into the country, well, it's been 8 years, and we're willing to stop worrying about that as long as you been on your good behavior and your good moral character and, some other conditions. Congress said 8 years was enough. So what we're doing in, I guess since then, Congress has updated that date, 1921. They've updated it a number of times, but surprise, they stopped acting about 40 years ago. And so to be eligible now, you have to have entered the U.S. before 1972. Section 533 of the bill updates this to a rolling 10-year timetable. There's also DACA-like provisions. So if a child was brought here under age 16, then it's 4 years instead of 10, as long as they've graduated from high school or in school. One of the things that was really surprising to me as I researched this is the amount of undocumented immigrants that this could apply to. According to an April 2024 Department of Homeland Security report, an estimated 9.5 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. arrived here before 2010. I want to say that again. 9.5 million unauthorized immigrants arrived before 2010. So more than 80%. People talk about this. We've got 12 million undocumented people in this country. Okay. But more than 80% have been here more than 10 years. And again, aren't these the people that we want to be as citizens? People who have productive lives, who are staying out of trouble, trying to improve themselves. Are these the people that we want in the United States? So if they've been here for more than 10 years and they meet these conditions, we're going to update the registry program to allow them on a path to citizenship. Again, this is another popular provision. This is, if I just had it, 70. Where'd it go? 79% support for this. Just to clarify, this was not national polling, but it was polling in 5 battleground states in 2022. In those 5 battleground states, they found 79% support for a path to citizenship for people who had been here longer than 10 years. And so we can do that. All right, number 96. Again, these first two provisions are sort of on the be helpful and supportive of immigration, and so this one is a little more towards the be tougher on immigrants, and that is requiring large employers to use an electronic employment verification system. Back in the 90s, Congress passed the E-Verify system. It was an opt-in program employers could use to verify someone they wanted to hire was eligible to work in the United States. And it was passed as a pilot program. And that's how it's still on the books, almost 30 years later as a pilot program. They just update the expiration date every once in a while. So, but more than 20 states currently mandate some use of E-Verify, including most southern states for private employers. Florida requires it for private employers who have more than 25 employees. So Section 541, the Trump-Biden peace plan would update this program. It would update the section of law that requires employers to verify that the people they hire are eligible to work here. Let's see. So it updates this whole section of law. All right. All right. Yeah. So mandatory use of verification. So it updates the whole this whole section. As I mentioned before, sometimes it's hard to read bills from Congress because they just say things like, scratch out A and insert 1, and you don't know what that means. And so in the Trump-Biden peace plan, tried to lay it out in a way that people can actually read what's going on and understand the changes that are being made to the United States Code. So a couple things that it does. There's a number of statutory penalties that also Congress hasn't updated for a long time that are also increased for people that don't comply with the verification requirements. It requires again, it makes the verification program permanent, and makes a staggered mandate for large employers. So 6 months after passage, employers with 10,000 or more employees would be required to use it. After a year after passage, it'd be 1,000. Anyone with 1,000 or more employees, and 18 months would be 100 or more employees, and that's it. So, in a couple of years, we can have a conversation about how it's working, what the number should be, but to get the ball rolling, we'll make the employment verification program permanent, and mandate that large employers participate in it. Now, I guess I want to say too that while it's voluntary for everyone else, it's still an option. People can still choose to use this system, and just as importantly, if they do, and they hire someone who turns out to be ineligible to work in the United States, and they've used this program, it's their, I don't want to say get out of jail free card, but it's an affirmative defense. You can defend yourself against this by saying, look, the system told me this person was okay, and so people can use it to help protect themselves too. A couple other things that this does: it moves enforcement from the Attorney General's office to the Department of Homeland Security, and Homeland Security in Section 542. They're also responsible for funding and paying for this program. And it goes through, it's specific in some places about what sort of documents that people are allowed to use. And like I said, let's see if we can find it here, is increased some of the fines. So if you give a cease and desist order to somebody who's disobeying the law and they continue to do it, it used to be $250 for a first offense, and that goes up to $2,500. And after multiple offenses can be up to $25,000 instead of $10,000. So some of them, yeah. And then the last part of this 542 is the funding by Homeland Security. 543 is a fraud prevention program. So if they see unusual stuff going on, they can block Social Security numbers and until they clear it up, and they have to let people know if they think their Social Security numbers being misused, and allow parents to block their children's Social Security number, for example, so nobody can use it fraudulently. Yeah, and then the old pilot program is repealed. So, all right, home stretch. Okay, appropriate $19.2 billion for border security and immigration courts. You might remember back in February that the Senate worked out this deal for more money for border security and immigration courts, and then Donald Trump objected because if you actually solve problems, then how could you run on problems that are unsolved? Sort of the perverse incentives of our existing political structure and why we need a new one. But many people are concerned about border security. 74% support an increase in funding, and so we're going to help Congress. We want to help Congress get this done before the election. There's about $5 billion for Border Patrol. That includes autonomous surveillance tower systems, mobile video surveillance systems, subterranean detection systems. Obviously, more personnel. It's about $11 billion for immigration customs enforcement, for hiring, improving detention facilities, increasing deportation flights, and an asylum appeals board. There's there's $1.5 billion for FEMA, and then there's about $5 billion for immigration courts, and that's more money for immigration courts. Is got 58% polling support. That includes judges, other support staff, and it also funds legal representation for just 2 classes of defendants in immigration courts deportation hearings. First, unaccompanied minors. Anyone under 14 would get a court government lawyer if they did not have their own. That provision is 73%. And legally incompetent individuals, which courts have said other courts have said we're obligated to do. You can't let someone mentally incompetent represent themselves in deportation hearings. In any case, that has 67% support. And there's some overlap in these categories I just mentioned, so that's why they don't add exactly to the 19.2 billion. But look, somebody's got to step up and solve these problems. And so we're kind of putting Congress on notice. Say, look, get this done first, and you work out the rest in 2 years, or we the people are going to come and do it ourselves. And just as important as and in this title, pay attention to stabilizing government systems so that they're there for our posterity. The environment is also very much important to our posterity, the kind of world, kind of planet that they are going to inherit. And so our last 4 our policies are environment related, and it starts with a institute a carbon fee at $20 a metric ton, increasing each year by an inflation adjusted $10. And this comes from model legislation supported by the Citizens Climate Lobby, HR 2307. And they've advocated for this carbon fee and dividend for many years. And so, again, this is one of the offsets, one of the clawbacks for unconditional basic income. So, yes, people are going to pay more for things that pollute. You should expect the price of gas to rise. They say about 11 cents would cost 11 cents worth of harm for every gallon of gas. And that's at a $10 per metric ton, for every $10 a metric ton. So be a bump of 22 cents per gallon on this first year, and then about 11 cents a year more than that. So by giving people $1,400 a month, we are prepaying their taxes for them, and the people who pollute less than average will come out ahead, and people who pollute more than average are going to pay into the system for the harm that they are causing to the rest of us, through the environment and for our posterity. But the savings from addressing these problems are going to save many, many lives. It's estimated that we're going to save close to 250,000 lives by fixing the air quality, by improving our air quality over the next 2 decades. We'll save those lives. Everything just froze up. All right. Hope that still keeps coming through. All right. So let me jump ahead to the carbon border tax. Oh, I just gonna say this is popular. This is popular too. When it's coupled with UBI, it garners 62% for a carbon fee. And this next one, the carbon border tax, is I have 2 different polls, 64% and 70%. So people recognize that we need to do something about to protect our environment, that climate change is influencing our country. And so taxing pollution, taxing greenhouse gases is sort of a no-brainer. I'm just gonna skim through a couple of these real quick. want to say we call it a carbon fee, but it's actually it includes a carbon dioxide equivalent. And so other greenhouse gases are also included at that rate of $20 per metric ton. He said it starts at $20 and go up $10 per year adjusted for inflation. The model legislation that Citizens Climate Lobby supported had an exemption for the armed forces that they would get reimbursed for the cost of the carbon fee. And you might know that the United States military is the world's largest single consumer of fossil fuels. That flying all those planes and tanks and all the heavy equipment that they use burns an awful lot of gas. And so to help reflect the actual cost to the environment that they're putting on everyone else, there's no more exemption for the armed forces in this legislation. There's a sunset clause here in section 9904. When we succeed at driving down the emissions from these greenhouse gases to less than 10% of what they were in 2010, then we're going to dismantle the system. We're going to declare victory and go home. This is not a program that will go on forever, because this is a problem that we can solve. When we solve it, then we'll get a sunset clause. I think that's all. It's also worth mentioning that because of that, this isn't expected to be a permanent solution, a permanent funding source, a permanent offset for unconditional basic income, because the purpose of putting a financial cost on pollution is so that there will be less pollution, that we will drive down pollution and therefore bring in less revenue. So we will reach a point of diminishing returns. The revenues will eventually fall from this carbon fee. And hopefully as it falls, the quality of the environment goes up. Section 9905 is another change between our program and the Citizens Climate Action, is the sequestering carbon dioxide and capturing it it doesn't include turning it into plastic as a way of sequestering the carbon. Utilization may not include the production of substances, but not but not limited to plastics and chemicals. So just because you're turning something into plastic, it's not really polluting. No, that doesn't fly. All right. Let's see. There's also some clarification at the end of that state. This is a floor, not a ceiling. States can be stricter. And then we get to policy 99, establishing a carbon border tax for adjustments on items entering and leaving the U.S. This is important for a couple of reasons. One is because the European Union is going to start in 2026. They're going to start their own carbon border tax adjustment. And the purpose of this is so that if we're taxing the production of things that greenhouse gases and things in one country, then you create a financial incentive to buy your things from a country that doesn't care so much about pollution. And so the purpose of policy 99, this carbon border tax adjustment, is to say, well, if you didn't pay the tax in your own country, then we're going to tax it when it comes into ours. That's the border tax adjustment. And so as it stands, because the United States does not have a carbon fee, a carbon tax, anything we export to Europe in 2026, may have to pay one at the border. And so they would collect the taxes on instead of us collecting here in the United States first. So this makes really good sense to get us on the same page as the other industrialized countries. And as I said, you got a polling at 2/3 support for carbon border tax adjustment. Okay, moving on to policy 100, encourage plastic recycling with a 20% fee on sales of virgin plastic resin. And plastic is a big problem in the United States. We produce excessive amounts of per capita plastic waste, about 5 times as much as our friends in Europe do, 5 times as much per person. And out of all the plastic that's ever been manufactured, single digits, like 9%, is all that's ever been recycled. Again, the manufacturers know it's not being recycled, but they spin it to try and persuade people plastic isn't as bad as it seems. And so policy 100, putting the fee on the sales of virgin plastic resin will spur greater demand for recycled plastic, because recycled plastic will be exempt from the fee. So, create a financial incentive to recycle more and produce less new plastic. Part of the problem of shifting our economy away from fossil fuels is that we were already set up to produce all these fossil fuels and suck all this oil out of the ground. And if we're not buying it to put in our cars, then companies are looking for other things to do with it. And one of the things they can do with it is turn it into plastic. And so the carbon fee and the plastic fee will help discourage that. Plastic, man, when we talk about securing a future for our children, plastic, our kids are being born with microplastics already in their blood. This is how much that we have contaminated the planet, our environment. Yeah, taxing plastic, we will reduce the demand for it by making it better reflect the real societal cost that it imposes. And policy 101, last one, discourage single-use plastics with a flat 5-cent fee on individual plastic process. Senna released a poll in 2022 showing 81% of American voters support national policies to reduce single-use plastic. So this is our policy to reduce single-use plastics, a nickel for plastic products. Now, there's lots of plastic products out there, lots of them, right? Plastic in your cars, your TV, your computers, right? A nickel is an insignificant percentage of the cost in any sort of durable good, but it's the disposable good. If it was a nickel on a plastic straw, on a fork, a spoon, then we're going to encourage mindful consumption. Do we really need to make this out of something that is, 9 times out of 10 is not going to be recycled, and instead going to break down into small microplastics that are going to contaminate life on this planet? A nickel will promote that mindful consumption and create an economic incentive to do the right thing by our planet, by our children. All right, we made it through 5 hours. Yeah, 5.5 hours to go through 101 policies. That's about what I was hoping, about 20 per hour. Look, all the problems that the United States faces, the vast majority of them are fixable by Congress. We just need a better way to incentivize Congress to act. And the American Union model lets us do that by, instead of playing this partisan polarization thing, this Republican versus Democrats, instead by playing incumbents versus challengers and helping the incumbents get these things done before the 2024 election in exchange for us letting them keep their jobs. And if Congress refuses to act, we can hold them accountable, not as political parties, by kicking out one party out of power and replacing with the other, but by replacing the incumbents with their challengers. That's how a union of swing voters can have national influence in the 2024 election with just a small percentage of the vote. If you were running a third-party candidate with this platform, you'd probably get a good chunk of support from people who know that our system is broken and needs to be shaken up. But for any one single third-party candidate to win, you need about 35% of the vote. With a tenth of that, with 3.5%, the American Union, as a national union of swing voters, can get leverage over the entire system right now, this year, 2024. We can bring Donald Trump and Joe Biden to the negotiating table to help shepherd this legislative package through Congress before the election. And if they won't cooperate, then they'll face a general strike in the ballot box. If Donald Trump and Joe Biden will not endorse and support immediate passage of this peace plan, then the American Union will endorse one of them at random based on the closing number of the Dow Jones on October 30th, 2024. A general strike in the ballot box can disrupt the legitimacy of the election in a way that refusing to vote or voting third party cannot. This is what gives a union, whether it's a labor union, a tenants union, a student union, any sort of union, any sort of group of people collectively bargaining to improve their lives. Their power comes from their willingness to go on strike and disrupt the status quo. We can upend the 2024 election and set it up in a way that improves the quality of life for every single American by demanding immediate passage of the Trump-Biden peace plan with these 101 policies. All right, friends. Thanks for listening for the last 5.5 hours. And if you have questions, you can leave them as a note on this video. You can comment on this list on Reddit. And you can send me an email, brian@anamericanunion.com. Look, we the people have the power to change the system. We just need a better way to organize. And it's not one candidate who can champion it for us. It's not a new political party. It's a union. The American Union can change the system. And if you're not sure exactly how that would work and what it would look like, because I understand a new political paradigm is, can be hard to imagine. But I encourage you to check out the book, Looking Backward from the Tricentennial, which lays out the American Union model as seen from the year 2076. It goes into much more detail on some of these policies, especially the economic reforms and the logistics of how a union of voters can apply game theory and the principles of nonviolence to stage a nonviolent revolution this year. But I need your help doing it. Please visit anamericanunion.com to learn more. You can join and become a basic member by donating 25 cents a day and making a good faith pledge to vote together on November 5th.